Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first ever qualifier of the first CCA Circuit. A lot of teams looking forward to this, hoping to make a really good first impression, coming out of the gate swinging. We got a bit of a preview to how these teams would perform during the entrance exam, but now that we're in the first qualifier and points are on the line, the stakes are suddenly a little bit higher. There's probably a bit of a strange combination of nerves and excitement right now, but at the end of the day, it should be a blast for everyone involved. Before I get too ahead of myself, hello, I am Nikki. I'm joined by my lovely friend Mewtwo. Care to introduce yourself?
Hi.
I don't know what else I was expecting out of you. Right. So first qualifier, first round, we have a Division 2 matchup coming out for you. This is the WPI Grizzco Workers Union Nouveau. The Nouveau is important. Versus the tax collectors out of the University of Arizona. Two pretty well-established schools coming out. Tax collectors, obviously a regular in CCA. The Grizzco Workers Union Nouveau. They're a new team out of WPI, but WPI is obviously a very well-established school within CCA, so should be something fairly familiar for a lot of us. You two, any thoughts on these two teams coming out the gates?
Yeah, like you said, these two are some very established teams, so obviously they have some very established play styles and very established ways of how they want to play the game, so it's interesting to see how these two teams will clash with each other, because I'm not sure if they've met each other before in bracket or the CCA collegiate group stages or playoffs.
For sure. I recall WPI Grizzco Workers Union, their first two teams from the previous season, they played in Divisions 2 and 4 respectively last season. But if this being a new team comprised of presumably new players, it's going to be interesting to see how they play against the more established teams such as tax collectors. I'm blanking on what division they were in last season. Sorry? Anyways, we're hopping into our first game on Rainmaker Museum, a pretty common map mode in competitive play. Let's see what weapons these teams are pulling out. You two, any interesting thoughts coming to you?
Yeah, it appears that the WPI Grizzco Workers Union Nouveau is not pulling out a traditional backline. Instead, they're using an NZAP as their cooler support. Meanwhile, on this side, the tax collectors, they are pulling out that pencil, and it seems that the paint advantage really isn't swinging in one team's favor by just sheerly looking at their team's comps, and it looks like one is already down on the Workers Union.
Yeah. The big thing I'm noticing is that both of these teams opting to pull out a custom range blaster, which is a very popular weapon that recently came out. WPI going 2 down, giving the tax collectors an early advantage. Cooler out, they're being a bit patient taking Rainmaker. There they are. Still getting picks, the plat's very cleared out. A big splashdown as well. That first checkpoint is as good as gone for the tax collectors.
Oh yeah, especially since they just lost their pencil, which comes back quickly with cooler, and it looks like all the front line are still up. It looks like 2 down on our side of tax collectors. We see the Kraken coming in onto the WPI Grizzco Workers Union's platform, but it seems that there's a counter Kraken in response to that, and it looks like the push has been stopped at the first checkpoint for the tax collectors.
Yeah, that was a great defense for WPI. Losing that first checkpoint so early, like, their nerves are probably a little bit scattered, but they came back together, merged really well, and cleared out their plat. Losing that first checkpoint hurts a little bit, but there's plenty of game left. And with the Rainmaker being reset, looks like both teams looking to fall back into neutral. I say as tax collectors goes 2 down.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the shot was trying to achieve there by pushing up alone. Maybe they should have tried and cycle back around. Looks like the Rainmakers are already pushing on the side of WPI Workers Union, but it looks like 2 are down, but it looks like 2 down on the side of tax collectors. We see the Kraken coming in from the Workers Union, but no one's there to pop the shield. There's just a Kraken from the shield, but now we're seeing some support. The Blaster grabs the Rainmaker, and it looks like they can't get up on the pedestal just yet, and they get stopped.
I feel like that Kraken was a little bit unsupported. It was a decent play in theory using the Kraken to clear out some space, but Kraken works best when you have teammates to play with the Kraken. So with no support, they were kind of forced to just waste it to pop the Rainmaker. WPI is eventually going to get the pop, taking the checkpoint as well. We have a tied game here. Tax collectors barely staying ahead. They need to make sure they keep this Rainmaker unpopped, because otherwise WPI can just touch it and get an easy lead here.
Yeah, and it appears that it is popped, and they do get the lead, but I barely consider that a lead, especially 2 are down on the side of WPI Workers Union. It looks like the tax collectors have popped the cooler, and it looks like the pencil's ready to grab the rain. Oh, pencil's not grabbing the rain. I'm very interested in seeing who is going to grab it, considering that the tax collectors have this giant lead right now, and it looks like they're trying to push the plat, but no one's grabbing the Rainmaker.
Yeah, it seems like initially they were maybe thinking about leaving it for a reset. The pencil does eventually go back for the Rainmaker, and I mean, better late than never. They do have a great advantage here, looking to get lead. WPI 3 down, this should be absolutely free. The pencil's gonna swing it around, get caught up by the end zap, barely getting the lead once again. This is just a game of 1-point leads. Momentum's still very much in favor of Tax Collectors, though. Playing this a little bit patient, the Range Blasters doing their best to keep Tax Collectors at bay, finding an assist on 1. It's gonna be difficult to clear them out. That Rainmaker's just sitting there. Tax Collectors being smart not to touch it, realizing they probably just die immediately if they did. They're gonna wait for a reset, probably the right thing to do, and yet again, these teams falling back into neutral after a 1-point lead.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they went around the spinner when tax collectors were pushing. I'm surprised that they just didn't go straight forward and gain more points. But it seems that this is just a very heavy neutral game right now. The Nautilus trying to find this pick on the dualies, but we see the Kraken coming in a bit too late to save their teammate, but they do find the pencil in return, which is huge, but they already popped the cooler. So their teammates are going to be roided up with those juices. But it doesn't really matter since 2 are down on the side of the tax collectors. Make that 3.
Yeah, I mean, WPI really swinging momentum in their favor. They were cooler, so they're already back up and ready to go, but with a crab online from WPI, a lot of space cleared on the plat, numbers even. That 1-point lead isn't looking great. Looking to go around the spinner, double back and taking the lead, in a pretty comfortable lead this time, taking the score down to 41. It's by no means an automatic win for them. Rainmaker is the mode where anything can happen, but the pencil forgetting about the objective, letting them sneak it to get a few more points. WPI is 2 down, so make that 3 down, I think. Another one just died. There goes another one. Delayed wipe. Tac is going to have a lot of space here, but with less than a minute left in the game, they're going to need to make something happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, the shot unable to find the pick on the dualies, and the dualies trying to play defense on their plat. It seems that they're trying to tame this Kraken, and they successfully managed to do so. We see the Blaster still somehow alive, but they do go down eventually. And it seems that the shot is starting to clean people up in mid. We see the shot sees a pencil, and it looks like it is pretty much wraps for the side of tax collectors.
Rona over there on the shot, going on an absolute tear. I believe they got 3, nearly got the quad. The pencil just barely managed to live. I say as they get taken out by the Zuka. WPI 2 down, Tax Collectors do have a decent chance here, but they're going to go 3 down. It's just the Blaster caught out alone back here. Finds a pick on 1, barely managing to hold this alive, getting jumps in. It's going to be pretty difficult for Tax Collectors at this point. They have a long ways to go, but anything's possible. Rainmaker is the mode where anything can happen. It's just so fast-paced. They're just going to need to take it step by step, bit by bit. They have 1 special online. Probably going to need a few more to make things happen, but the Rainmaker's going to drop down prematurely, missing the shot. They're going to clean up the Rainmaker, their teammate, and that is game 1 for WPI. Yes, I'm getting my teams mixed up already. Forgive me. With a score of 69, very nice. Great stuff from both teams. It was really back and forth for the most part. Much of that game, like, both teams were within a point of each other. It wasn't until towards the end when WPI got that pretty comfortable lead. You're not too bummed out about that loss. Again, they kept it close for much of the game, so by no means is this matchup free for WPI. Tacticals, they just gotta make sure they go into game 2 with a bit of a mental reset, take a deep breath, calm down, and come back swinging.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it was really close. In matter of fact, it was pretty much a game of inches until WPI decided to you know, thrust through the tax collectors defense with their inches, and they gained more inches than tax collectors did. And at the end, they just didn't see Cronus sharking there, which ended up really costing them badly, considering that was just a free 2 down for him. So, if anything, I think I definitely think tax collectors need to get a bit more steady on the defense. And then if they could just somehow manage to have a little bit more pushing power, I kind of like what they had on their plat before they started to rotate around the spinner instead of just going straight through. I think they could definitely take a game. And
I was thinking the exact same thing. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, but
no, it's
I was
okay,
thinking the exact same thing when they had that amazing 3 down situation and the Rainmaker took it around the right end of the spinner. If they just run in a straight line, they get a ton of points there, potentially more than what WPI eventually got. So if they just ran it there, they could have had a lead that would have lasted the rest of the game. So a bit of a misplay on their part, I think. But I can understand why they elected to play it safe by going around the right side. It wasn't a bad play in theory, it just didn't pan out for them.
Yeah, I know they were afraid of the blaster, but I think it was sort of like a delayed reaction that the blaster went down, but by the time they did go down, the Rainmaker was already on the other side of the spinner. I think they should have just trusted their teammates more and just started running through. But yeah, definitely I think they need to have that a lot more confidence in themselves and how they play, and we definitely see those like sparks of brilliance in them when they are able to get those team wipes and even hold. Even at the start, they were able to bully WPI in their spawn, and
Mhm.
I think if they could just do that and just be a bit more quicker with the objective play, I think it's definitely winnable. Definitely
Yeah,
is.
for sure. They have the chops, they have the mechanics, they have the game sense. They just need to be a bit more decisive, and hopefully we'll see that going into our second game on. I don't know the map list. Do you know it?
No, I like to
Um.
go in raw.
Okay,
And
and
it
we're being
appears that the
forced.
next map mode will be Clamblot. Clamblitz Inkblot.
Nice. Clamblitz Inkblot. A fairly popular map mode. I'd say you see this a lot in tournament play. I don't think it's as ubiquitous or it's not as cookie cutter as something like TC Inkblot, but I mean you definitely see this a fair amount in competitive play. What would you say are the important things to know about this map mode, Mewtwo?
Well, I lost this map mode in Ludi.
And why was
So
that?
because one of the big factors was that our team just did not play together. So I definitely think part of this map is definitely playing together, not getting caught out on the left and right sides alone, because that can definitely lead to you getting double teamed, triple teamed, and that's not a situation you want to be in unless you're into that. But it definitely just is something that you don't want to do because it can definitely snowball into a lot of clams. It can definitely snowball into the basket being broken, and it just really throws off the team.
Mhm. I would say the key points to this particular map mode, or like the key idea is if you control the stacks, you control the game. It's very similar to Mako Mart in that sense. Those left and right stacks, if you have control over those, you have height advantage over anyone mid, you have a great vantage point over onto the enemy's plat. If you don't have those stacks, it's really difficult to stage a push up towards the basket. So securing those stacks, having good control over them before you push, I really find that's the key to victory on this map mode. Especially because, like, when you have control of mid, you have control of the economy. Anyways, jumping into the comps, we see a pretty radically different comp on
Whoa!
both sides. Whoa! Care
Whoa!
to explain
Whoa!
some of the comp changes we have here, Mewtwo?
It appears that the cooler weapons have now turned into heavy-headed splatlings. We see a decav on the side of tax collectors, a dread ringer, and now we see a carbon roller deco on the side of WPI. What a rapid switch up. We see the decav and the carbon fighting on the right. I don't think that's a fight you want to take as a decav, especially with that range the decav has on you. And it was a smart move to back up and alert your teammates to that position. That way you can move in together. But as we see the cooler coming out on the side of tax collectors, but oh, 3-coat down, and it looks like the carbon is right behind the heavy edit, and it's a wipe already on the side of the tax collectors. WPI is gonna start breaking the basket and start getting a lot of clams on the board.
Yeah, this should be a lot of good points for WPI, getting that early pop like that and having a lot of momentum. Tax Collector's surprisingly stopping him fairly early. I say before Chronon shot here gets a nasty flank, scoring, what was that, 6 clams? Extending the push by a ton, keeping the basket open. They're gonna go down, and it seems like Tax Collectors have finally cleared out their plat. Yeah, WPI's 2 down here. They're gonna have to back off, but still, what is that, 56 points off the first push? That is very admirable.
That's pretty insane, especially with this carbon roller sharking in mid, finding the ball carrier, finding the shot. That's huge because that's one weapon that you really want to push with in terms of its main weapon being really strong, Zuka obviously being Zuka, but we see the defensive crab being placed, trying to find the ball carrier, but as we see the carbon roller on their plat, comboing with that crab, getting that partial chip in order to get the KO, and it looks like the Dreadwinger wants a piece of this carbon, but I don't think you would want to take that fight.
Yeah, Phantom on this carbon has just been the fly in Tax Collector's soup. They can't get this guy out of their walls, just doing constant damage, jumping in, jumping out, finding 2, then leaving unscathed. Like, Tax Collectors are going to need to do something to take care of this carbon if they want any chance of getting back in the mid and potentially getting a push of their own.
Oh yeah, definitely, and as we say that, I feel like the Carbon just found another one. The Heavy Ed is playing really aggressive on their plat, but they know they could do that because of the support of this Carbon. And the Heavy Ed is still playing up. Looks like they almost found the decav, might have gotten 2 more shots off, and it looks like it's a close fight, and it looks like both players need to back up. Everyone on Tax Collectors is on their plat, waiting for some specials. The only special online right now is a decav. It's Bubbler, but I think the real problem is there's lack of pushing specials. I mean, what, there's Zuka, but it doesn't matter if you're just gonna go 3 down already.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Looking at the specials that Taskbusters have, they have Cooler, Bubble, Slider, and Zuka. And out of those 4, Zuka's really the only one that has any wall-breaking potential. WPI breaking onto the flat, popping the basket open again. They're already through their penalties, so any points here are going to be just gravy for them. Headed's in a fantastic position, getting behind the enemy Headed as well, just barely missing the pick. Doing their best to keep the basket alive, waiting for some more team support. Corona has a ton of clams, making up onto the plat, scoring some of them. The push is still going. They are within range of a knockout here. Taskbusters are really going to have to reorganize here. But it seems like they were 2 down, maybe even a little bit staggered. The shot's going to run in, find one, barely missing a pick on 2 others. Going down themselves, the WPI is within striking distance of a knockout. It seems like they're running out of steam, I say as the Carbon. Phantom there, trying to sneak in, they get the last 3 in, but just barely isn't going to make it on time. Tax Collectors survive a little bit of a scare. They're hanging on by a thread. They have a long ways to go before taking the lead. By no means impossible, but it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, and it's going to be an uphill climb, especially with that shot player going down with no cooler buff. And it appears that the heavy edit is now trying to match that same aggressiveness that the WPI's heavy edit had. But I think the real problem is Phantom and the Zuka and how much support the Carbon has in general. And we see the cooler coming out from the heavy edit on the WPI side again, and Tax Collectors is just constantly stuck on their plat, and it's just a feeding ground for Phantom. Holy cow! I think that's a quad.
Phantom is going absolutely bananas. That's 3 down. They have loads of clams. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if that wasn't a knockout, and sure enough, there's the knockout. So WPI is going to go up 2-0 in the set. These are best of 3 sets, am I mistaken?
I'm just here to sit here and look pretty, so...
if I remember correctly, they are best of 3 sets, but we are gonna do play all. I might be mistaken, waiting on staff confirmation.
It's okay.
This new format's confusing for us. Forgive us, folks. Best of 3, okay, and we're doing the play all. So this last game, not gonna count for any statistical purposes. We're just here for a little bit of extra fun and practice, and of course for WPI to take a little bit of a victory lap. If you're Tax Collectors, again, hopefully this loss isn't getting too much into them. They kept both of those games relatively close. The second game was definitely a lot rougher for them. As Mewtwo was saying, and I completely agree, I felt like they spent that entire game bottled up on their plat and spawn area. And I think it just goes to show how important the stacks are in that map. WPI, anytime they were not on their plat, they were playing around their stacks and making sure that the Tax Collectors couldn't get anywhere near them. And because they couldn't get back onto the stacks, they couldn't ever establish any strong presence in mid, so they just got stuck, bottled up in spawn, and then from there it's just really easy for Phantom to dive in, get 2 or 3, and then just push after push after push for WPI. Like, they never had any breathing room, basically.
I think it really just shows how well WPI can coordinate as a team, because like you said, when they tried to get the heavy edit or the shot player off of the stacks, then Phantom was just there chilling behind the cushion in mid, ready to strike. And it really just shows that this team WPI is just really, I guess, practice Clam Blitz Inkblot a lot. I mean, that was just so much more dominant from them than the first game, where it felt like it was close, and then now they just unleashed their clammy loads all over, Tax Collectors. You feel me?
I buy what you're selling. I guess to go back to a point we made earlier about the specials both teams had, I think a big reason why Task Collectors struggled to take those stacks and get back in the mid so much was because of their special lineup. Aside from the Zuka from their shot player, they had Slider, Bubble, and Cooler, which none of those specials are particularly great at taking space. At their best, Bubble and Cooler are more about keeping up momentum and keeping space, but if they never had the space to begin with, they can't really do much. As for the Slider, I mean, maybe it did something here or there. I didn't really notice it too much. Again, Slider's one of those specials that's, in my opinion, really good when you have space to take, because then you could be overly aggressive with it. Maybe even go for some Slider cheese if you're pushing. But for that to work, you need to be in a position to push, and Tax Collectors unfortunately never got to that position. I'm rambling by now, so we're just going to hop into Game 3 on TC Barnacle, a relatively unpopular map mode, I'd say, but it's in the CCA map list regardless. Always gotta respect some wacky choices here and there.
Yeah, I have no clue how this got into the map list, and like my eyes are visibly burning by looking at this map mode. So let's make this quick. And it looks like tax collectors bringing out the Sorella, something you don't really see, but I think after the buffs, the Brella has gotten to where it feels like an actual weapon now. I think some players are going to try and push it.
It's not about merit here. Inkjet is very strong on Barnacle for peeking over that top left position. An early crab out from WPI, maybe to try to counteract the 2 down they just sustained. This crab is really the only thing keeping tax collectors at bay. Not going to find any picks, though. Tax collectors are going to start pushing, although they're quickly going to back off.
Yeah, one goes down on the side of tax collectors. We got the inkjet and the splash shot coming in, but not finding much picks. I mean, there's one pick on the dualies, there's another on the shot, but... And one on... Okay, I'm sorry, I stand corrected. But it looks like the zap is going to burn the cooler and find one, though. Unable to find another, and it looks like the cooler is going to be destroyed, allowing them more time to build the cooler when they respawn. And it looks like tax collectors is finally being able to take that space, something I really couldn't say back in game 2. But as I say that, they go 2 down.
They had a beautiful opportunity there. The end zap on WPI failed to get any jumps in. Tax collectors were cooler. They had a lot of momentum there. Like, WPI was forced to swim back into the tower. But they got back very nicely, defended. They held that first checkpoint, which is very surprising given the circumstances. And now we're just right back in the neutral. A minute and a half into the game, and neither team really has any strong points on the board.
Yeah, I think definitely a problem with tax collectors comp is that it doesn't really feel like there's much aggression going on at some points in time, because as we see, the Brella right here just gets double teamed. We see the Nautilus, who can't really push in by itself. We see a Splash, who, if anything, just wants to paint and build up strikes to let the other teammates in. But now we see the Crab on the side of WPI finding one, and we see this. Oh dear, and it looks like Tower's going to be held up at the second checkpoint, but WPI has just so much space to work with. I mean, I think it's going to be really hard for tax collectors to get back in.
Yeah, tax collectors, they got that 2 down, but because WPI was cooler, they just jumped back in like nothing happened. Now it's tax collectors going 2 down, make that 3 down. WPI has loads of space here. The head is in a very forward aggressive position up in that top left. Like, so long as they're there, now backed up by Corona as well, tax collectors are going to have a really hard time defending the tower. This top left position is kind of like what Bats is here. Or it's like the Bats of TC Barnacle compared to TC Inkblot. And as you can see, having secured control of that key location, WPI just ran it from the second checkpoint to a knockout like it was nothing. If you take control of that top left position, you're effectively taking away the defending team's ability to defend, which just makes it so easy to steamroll the tower to a knockout, basically.
Yeah, that was just such a strong game on the side of WPI once they got once they found their groove. And I definitely think, this really shows the importance of oiling up and grabbing that groove, I think, like you said, allowing that groove allowed them to jump back in after they get splattered onto the tower, and tax collectors just wasn't fast enough to take that space. They were just like when they tried to take space, and WPI capitalized on the fact that they just weren't moving fast enough. And I think a game with like Splatoon 3 with a meta of where coolers and constant jump ins, you definitely just need to move fast. And I think that's something tax collectors should keep in mind going into future rounds.
Yeah, momentum really was the name of the game in this set, I think. WPI, even when they were going down, they would just never let up. Whether it was because of the fast respawn from Cooler, or just taking control of those key positions and getting smart jump-ins back in, just every time, no matter how much tax collectors tried to slow them down, it never seemed like it was enough. They were just constantly like going in over and over and over, breaking through at a breakneck pace, and tax collectors just simply couldn't keep up. So great stuff from WPI. This is an extremely strong showing out of them. Tax collectors, they definitely have some chops. Again, I want to stress that first game was super duper close. Maybe their nerves got a little bit scattered after that game. Games 2 and 3 were definitely rougher for them. But I mean, like, we saw in that first game, they have the chops, they have the mechanics, they have the game sense. They just need to be a bit more decisive. And also a bit more aggressive. I agree with what you said about that last game. They didn't really have much of like an aggressive presence. Like, there are 2 frontline options, where the Neo Splash, which is more of a painting support weapon these days, and then the Sorella, which just doesn't have the aggressive potential that something like a Shot or 52 has. So maybe a bit more aggression out of them is what they're lacking. But otherwise, like, really solid set on the side of WPI. Just a great set overall. Like, lots of good games, lots of good stuff to talk about. Pretty impressed with both of these teams, frankly.
Yeah, and speaking of chops, you know, I noticed like your hairstyle is just so alluring. Like I sometimes I can't even focus on what I'm trying to say since you're just
You'll
just so
probably notice
handsome.
me playing with it a lot this set. I need a haircut, blatantly so. It ends up in my
No,
face
no,
a lot.
I'll play with it.
Wink.
Oh, let's let's save it for later. But yeah,
Yeah.
good games to both the Grizzco Workers Union and the tax collectors, really showing that WPI are frequent tax evaders, considering they just fought off tax collectors in 3 games. So hopefully the IRS doesn't go after them for that. But definitely, I think tax collectors, even though swallowing that 0-2 pill is hard, it really is. For the first set, you know, I definitely think that that shouldn't let you affect how you play for the rest of the circuit, because it's just one set. You know, you could take it, you could learn from it, you could apply it to other sets, because I'm sure other teams will probably have that same sort of aggressive play style where they just won't let you breathe. So I definitely think that's something to keep in mind. Maybe some comp switches here and there, maybe some substitutions here and there, but yeah, I can't wait to see where both of these teams end up.
hmm I actually think WPI is a great team to practice against because, as you said, like this breakneck, always hold forward playstyle that Cooler enables is very popular in Splatoon 3. And as someone who, way back in, gosh, Season 4 of CCA, I was on a team that was in the same division as them. Nice shirt, by the way. Season 4, it was hype last fall. Yeah, WPI embodies that always hold forward, never look back, cooler centric playstyle really, really well. So they're a great team to practice against and like just to try to understand that playstyle a little bit more because they are by no means the only team that subscribes to the always hold forward, never look back playstyle. So Tax Collectors, there's definitely a lot to learn from this set, and hopefully they take what they learned and apply it to their future sets, and you know, start just improvement from your losses. That's what we hope for. And as you said, there are plenty of sets in the future to come back from. Like this loss isn't going to mean much in the grand scheme of things for tax collectors. So yeah, any other final thoughts on this set?
Um, oh yeah, I mean definitely one thing is something that I didn't expect was how aggressive that heavy edit was, just constantly pushing throughout those 3 games. I mean, usually something like a heavy edit likes to sit back and just provide coolers to their teammates, but no, this heavy edit had no fear, and I think it's definitely because of that trust they have in their teammates, being able to push up knowing that their teammates have their back. Especially, I think a great example would be that Clan Blitz Inkblock game. Phantom and the heavy edit were just able to push up together because they knew that like any that they would they just knew they just had that trust in each other. And I think that's really cool because definitely the heavy edit forces you to respect its spacing, but if you're not careful, then you're gonna get caught in the Carbon Deco's crossfire, which definitely happened a lot of times.
Mm-hmm. That heavy edit's positioning just really goes to show the mentality that WPI subscribes to. Even their quote unquote backline was playing way more forward than you would expect, which just goes to show how aggressive of a team and a school WPI is in general. So, and like, yeah, that aggro heavy, or that aggro heavy edit, definitely probably took task collectors by surprise a little bit. Like you're expecting that weapon to kind of hang back, ping for special a lot of the time. So like seeing it in a more forward position and just having to like respect the basic control in a more forward position, that's definitely something that a lot of players struggle with. It takes you by surprise and you don't know how to handle it. And by the time you process, there's a head it like up in mid. Now there's a carbon behind you, and then bam, you're dead. So like really smart stuff on the side of WPI. Like that aggressive playstyle, it's difficult for some teams to keep up with. And like it definitely has its counters for sure. Like there are ways of beating the always hold forward, never look back playstyle. But if you can't keep up, like if you, it's the kind of thing where if you try to fight fire with fire, and if you're the slower of the two teams, it is unbelievably difficult to fight back. So again, task collectors, study this set, learn from it. You'll be back stronger than ever next time these two teams encounter. And I'm sure with this new format, it's exceedingly likely that we get rematches later down in like future qualifiers. So who knows? Like maybe we'll see an upset in the future.
Yeah, maybe in the future I'll actually learn how the circuit works. You know.
This new format's confusing for a lot of us.
But you know what? Let me tell you something real quick before we go on break. Shoutouts to the CCA staff. Shoutouts to the CC. Oh wait, the CCA staff, because they were tired of the leagues, man. They were tired of all this league work, and they wanted to do something different. They wanted to be original. You know, I think CCA has some of the highest production right now. You know what? Like, they bringing on people like me, that affirmative action really kicking in, giving people like me a chance to succeed, giving me a chance to thrive. You know what? I'm just honestly grateful for this opportunity. You know?
Shout outs to our amazing staff over at CCA, truly. I couldn't agree more. Our wonderful producer, Omazen, shout outs to them. You guys are all doing God's work for us. Putting on a show for the lovelies at home. But yeah, anything else to say, or are we good to head out for a break for our next set?
You know, shout outs to even DRF. Even though I haven't forgiven him, shout out to you.
DRF, we love him so.
said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No. Who am I to let you down, down, down?
Alrighty, hello everyone. We are back at it with some more CCA Circuit. This time we got a Division 1 matchup for you. Yeah, get excited. We got Halley out of the University of Texas, Dallas, otherwise known as UTD, going up against We Aquatic Little Creatures out of Purdue. We might abbreviate that to WALK if we feel like it, who knows. But yeah, we're just hopping right into it seems. Both teams rapidly filtering into the room allegedly. Mewtwo, any thoughts on these two teams? They're both Div 1, they're both very well established within CCA. Any thoughts on them? You seem very surprised.
My favorite CCA member is Snow.
Duly noted. I suppose it should be said that Halley out of UTD, I believe this was the team formerly known as Comet Blasters, who were formerly known back then as Stars of Orion, and before that, I believe they were Comet Blasters. They like changing their name. They're freaky like that. Point is, they've been around a while. They might be underneath a new name now, but same school, same team, maybe a few roster changes here and there. They're very good at this game. They've been staples of Div 1 for quite some time. And of course, We Aquatic Little Creatures, I believe they were Div 2 last season, but they put on enough of a showing last season and during entrance exam to get the promotion up to Div 1. So, should be a pretty exciting set. Lots of good talent on display here. The first map of the map list, Mewtwo, do you know it?
What you mean by freaky? Oh yeah, the
Hagglefish
first
sounds
map
freaky.
is Haggle.
Go on. I'll let you take this map mode.
And it looks like we're starting right now. Halley is going to be in the orange, and Walk is going to be in the blue. Let's see if there are any weird and wacky comps coming out. Looks like, ooh, there's a Tentabrella on the side of Walk. There's a Splattershot Nova.
Yeah, it
Whoa.
should be said that Range Blaster on the side of UTD is not only a Range Blaster, or duh, it's a Range Blaster, but it's a vanilla Range Blaster, not the far more common custom Range Blaster we see today. Both teams opening the mid very quickly, trying to secure an early presence in zone. Seems like Purdue's going to come out on top, but Halley's going to retaliate fiercely, flip the zone right away. Purdue has a over 100 point gap from 98 plus 3, pretty rare to see that. Gonna push through, finding one, finding two, lots of momentum in Purdue's favor here. If they play this right, or play this properly, they could push up very aggressively, set up on their plat. Looks to be exactly what the one's trying to do, the shot there. Trying to get a flank on the crab, but gonna get picked off. Unfortunate. Still, advantage very much in Purdue's favor.
Oh yeah, definitely. We see the heavy getting set in zone. We see the Zuka coming out. We see Halley trying to get back in. They find one on the Splattershot Nova. They're trying to find another one. It looks like they jump out just in time. We see the Carbon Sharking in mid. It looks like they are going to have to give up the zone though, which is really impressive. And it looks like a one-to-one trade. It's not the best, but it certainly isn't the worst thing that could happen. It appears that the cooler's being sent out. We see a Zuka coming in from the far right, not finding anybody. The Range Blaster being too distracted by Brioche right now, and it looks like they're gonna eat that bread for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And it seems that there's 2 down on the side of Halley, but 3 are down on the side of Walk, and it looks like the zone is firmly in Halley's control.
Yeah, UTD retaliating fiercely. They were kind of like locked out there for a little bit. Purdue was in a great position, but Halley for fantastic push. They're back in zone, have firm control over it. Purdue's really struggling to get back in. Their score is going down rapidly. Purdue's likely going to have one more chance to get back into the zone, but if cooler out online, it's going to be difficult. They have multiple specials online, Zuka and lasers. They're going to elect to pop them both at the same time. They have to go right now. Like, they can't wait. Trying to flip the zone, 2 down on Halley. They're gonna flip it, hanging on by a thread, going out to the like the lottery Zuka, basically. There was no reacting to that. We have a bit more of a game on our hands now, but advantage still seems to be firmly in UTD's favor.
Yeah, it definitely is hard because especially of how much they just keep going 1 down, but it looks like 1 goes down on the side of Halley, but really there's not much to capitalize off of it. As I say that, they're 2 down. We see And Awesome going into the zone, finding one and assisting with another, and it seems that there is a Cooler, there is a Zuka, the dualies go down again. I'm not really sure I agree with that sort of hero play, but it looks like And Awesome is carefully maneuvering themselves around the shots. And it looks like the Zuka definitely hates pencils. I mean, I do too. Maybe that's why I wasn't good in that school all that much, but that's a story for another time. And it appears that Control is now going into Walt, but as I say that, the Heavy goes down. That's not something that you want to see.
Yeah, Purdue, they were in a great position there for a while. They got through the penalty, were getting a lot of good points, but Halley retaliating fiercely for a huge push of their own. But Carbon's going nuts on the pencil, trying to pick him out, missing every single shot. The pencil finally goes down. They're going to get 2, but they're not going to be able to hold on to the zone. Purdue, they took out 3 there. They still have firm control of the game right now, but they are going to have a pretty substantial penalty to work through. UTD doing a great job to slow them down. The ball is still very much in their court. Like, they need to get out of their spawn and try to get some presence back in mid, but they have a bit more time to play with now. The Cooler online, now is their chance to go.
Yeah, but it was a bit hard considering that dualies went down very early, which means there was no crab online, but it doesn't really matter since the shot did go down, but we see the counter Zuka on the side. Oh, what a great snipe, and what a 2 great snipes from the pencil. And it looks like the last one, I believe it's just that Nova shot, which can't really, which lacks the kill power, and it looks like the Carbon goes down again. This Carbon's just getting like, caught in the crossfire too much. We see the Zuka, but oh my goodness, 3 go down on the side of Walk, and it looks like Control is being firmly held in Halley's favor.
Yeah, great plays from all of UTV there. A pistol on this pencil just lasering them, going sicko mode on the members of Halley. I'm not sure who it was, but someone got up onto the plat of Halley, got another 2 picks. Their penalty is nearly over. Again, like Halley, they're in what's it called? Like panic mode. They have to go right now. If they don't put the zone here, like this could just be game. Zone is in fierce contention. They're gonna take it, holding on by a thread, but it's not enough, and that is the game for Purdue. I think.
Yes.
Yes. We have
Wait,
colored
no,
up.
it's
gotta be better
wait.
knowing which team was which.
It's Halley.
Halley.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Wait.
Yeah, our little graphic up in the top left is being a little silly right now.
Wait, no, it's Walk. It's
Yeah,
Walk. I have no idea what's going on, man.
It was just such an intense game. We lost track of who was who. Oh no.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, like, I definitely think something that happened, the gameplay wise, was definitely Halley having a Nova splatter shot. I don't think it was the worst choice. I definitely think it should have been changed to the Anarchy splatter shot Nova, though, to have that inkjet apply more pressure, because I mean, point sensors are great and all, I mean, but I definitely think there was just kind of a lack of like that sort of special pushing power. I mean, there was the Zuka on the side of the Carbon Roller Deco, but other than that, it just kind of felt like Halley struggled to constantly get in. But I definitely think that's something that it will probably be addressed next game. But I mean, I want to hear your thoughts about that, because that's something that definitely stood out to me.
Yeah, the Nova was an interesting pick that we didn't have time to comment on just because of how quickly both teams came out swinging into mid. I definitely noticed it, though. I can see where they're coming from. Hagglefish is one of those long, narrow hallway maps where Killer Whale is quite powerful. But Inkjet is very powerful, especially on Hagglefish. You get an Inkjet up on top of like the 2 pillars on either side of mid. And you have so much height that like you're basically invincible up there, aside from like say a shot from a pencil. So I could see where they were coming from with the Vanilla Nova, but I do think the Anarchy Nova would have been the play. Again, lasers are strong on Hagglefish, but Inkjet is very strong on Hagglefish.
Yeah.
Oh yes, and apparently we're being informed because both of us lost track of who was who. Purdue, we Aquatic Little Creatures, was the team that actually won that game, as we initially thought. Trust your gut, kids. That's the moral of today's story.
Yeah, and definitely something else that I kind of noticed is that it felt that Halley just kept getting caught by all of these specials that Purdue was just throwing at them. The Crab, the Zuka, we saw it time and time again on stream, how they're just getting picked off by the crab and the Zuka, and like sometimes even the pencil. I think they just need to be more aware of their surroundings. Maybe they need to call out that, hey, there's a crab on the tarp, there's a Zuka on the tarp, watch out. And definitely the tent on the side of Purdue was just so big in preventing those Zukas coming out from Halley that I definitely it just felt so oppressive sometimes, because you would just burn 2 Zuka shots and then what do I do with the third one? You know, they're already scattered enough to where you can't really find a pick onto one of them. So maybe the tent will be an issue that they will try and fix, but we don't even know if Purdue's going to be going 10 on this next map mode.
Next map mode, I should really look at the map list next time we have a break.
No, it's funny if we don't, you know, it's funnier.
It is funnier if we just stay blissfully unaware. Next map mode, what would it be?
It's TC, wait, that's the wrong one. Oopsies. Rainmaker on Crab.
You got some thoughts on this one? You seem disappointed.
Yeah, just competitive experience. Just playing this map mode just feels so awful, because it heavily like favors long range so much, as we see with the pencil and the custom range blaster, and there's not a lot of other, you know, range weapons on the side of Halley that can really contest the pencil, besides what, the heavy edit, maybe the Nova shot. You definitely need to rely on your double Zuka to kind of flush them out, but it's hard, especially. But this Carbon is already picking off this custom range blaster, which is a great start.
It should be said that neither team is really making any major comp changes. The only change I noticed is the custom range blaster coming out instead of the vanilla range blaster. That is an interesting pick. Kraken tends to be very weak on maps that have a lot of greats, but we'll see how it pans out. Halley getting an early advantage, making a beeline for that first checkpoint in the top right, but gonna get picked off quickly. Crab coming online as well, gonna find one. Halley's probably gonna be forced to back off. That Crab's gonna shut down the entire right-hand side of the map. Should give Purdue a bit more time to get back in the mid, try to establish themselves back there, but if Ability's going down, it might be a little bit tricky for them. I heard a Kraken somewhere, here it comes. Zuka finding one. Purdue retaliating fiercely, having firm control of mid now. Halley going to 2 down, lots of orange paint in mid. It's going to be difficult for them. Carbon stuck in the pit. It's just an absolute bloodbath right now from both teams. It seems like every single member of Halley stuck in that corner back there. The Blast is going to find 2, eventually going to go down, but they were cool, so that pick hardly matters. Walk's making a beeline for the first checkpoint. They're going to get it just barely.
No.
And they're going to stay alive. Fantastic play on the part of Purdue.
Yeah, I mean, I knew what the show was trying to do, but they were unable to find the pick, and it looks like there is a defensive Zuka. But look at this tent umbrella, man! It's just so great at blocking these shots. And it looks like the Carbon does go down, but 2 are down on the side of Halley, make that 3. It might be 4, but I think they just got out just in time. But as we see, Anda Awesome with that Zuka online, I want to see how they use it, and it looks like they're using it already, but they do go down. But I think they were oiled up, so I think it doesn't really matter. We see one person trying to walk the tightrope. It was the Nova going down, but we see... Oh! Don't showing it for their KO! No!
That
this
direct on the
ranges...
blast.
Yeah.
That was do or die for them. Like, beautiful shot. They went down in the end, but I mean, hey, like, at least we caught their moment's glory on stream.
Yeah, we see Brioche and Anda Awesome trying to find this tent. Shows how oppressive they are, and they just... Oh, they fell off the map. I thought they jumped out, but no. And we see Vessel with that Rainmaker, and it seems that they are starting to get a good push in. If they just don't go down to this pencil, and they don't, and it looks like they are going to finally break the checkpoint. And we see the Bazooka coming through. Ooh, what a great play by the Dualies.
Purdue doing a great job keeping Halley out of that top right position. I mean, UTD, they got the checkpoint. They were all set up for like a continuation there, but the Aquatic creatures, realizing how dangerous that situation was, they retaliated fiercely, cleared out the top left before UTD could keep the push going, and now they're retaliating with their own. Crab in the top right, this is absolutely deadly. Pen Shield online as well. The Rainmaker can just walk it for a ton of free points here. That's exactly what they're doing. Running it closer and closer to the final checkpoint. Not quite gonna make it, but I mean, numbers even. This push is by no means dead for Purdue. I say as they go 3 down. Make that a wipe. Never mind. Commentator's curse. We at its finest, ladies and gentlemen.
It's okay, and here's what I noticed. Vessel already grabbed the Rainmaker. I don't even know if they didn't even like have a cooler online. So they're just gonna be pushing without a cooler, which is kind of risky. We see the Zuki coming out and being blocked by the 10 shield. 2 go down on the side of Purdue. And 3 go down because of that range blaster being able to poke. And it's a wipeout on the side of Halley. Purdue just can't get a push going. There's just too much going on. And as we see Anda Awesome trying to do something on the bottom left, they have to jump out. And I definitely just think it's going to be a real uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, Purdue's defense all game, narrow jump out, that was absolutely dangerous. That 5-frame nerf saved that man's life. Purdue's defense has been immaculate all game. Seems like every time UTV gets an opportunity to get into that beautiful top right pushing area, they just get forced out immediately. Nice shot, the Zuka, just barely clipping the Rainmaker on the side there. Finding one at the pop, UTV getting a little bit of momentum here, I say, as one goes down. Why does this keep happening? Ryosh sharking out the crab, smartly waiting for it. They're gonna miss opportunities, but dropping them in, trading one. They were cool, so that pick doesn't matter too much, or that dev doesn't matter too much. Yeah, they're gonna go positive. UTV down to the last 25 seconds of the game. This will likely be their last push, maybe one more after this, depending on how things shake out. But if a Zuka online from the 10th Umbrella, they're gonna need to make their next push very careful. Any wrong move here could be the death of them. They're
Yep, speaking of wrong
down,
moves.
this is their chance. Here comes the Zuka. They're gonna go down. They need to pop the Rainmaker right now. Using the whale to pop the Rainmaker as fast as possible. Definitely the right adaptation to make. They're gonna grab it, but in a bit of a panic, there just wasn't enough time. The pencil picks them off for free, and that is game 2 in favor of Purdue, and that is the 2-0 victory for Purdue.
Yeah, no. Halley just struggled so much trying to push. You know, like I said, that range advantage that the pencil had when they were trying to push, if the pencil was up in a position to where they could just have a free shot at the Rainmaker, they did, and the Rainmaker did go down. It's just so hard to maneuver around the pencil, especially since Purdue just had such good measures to prevent the Zuka, which was one of the main ways that Halley wanted to get rid of that pencil, but it was getting consistently blocked by that tent umbrella. And I definitely think Brioche, the Carbon player, had a strong start. You know, they were finding picks left and right, but it was just hard to capitalize, mainly due to, you know, cooler, tent umbrella, pencil being so safe, playing in safe spots, not allowing themselves to be picked off. And especially at that end, I definitely think if that Zuka shot landed, then there would be really no contention of grabbing that Rainmaker. Halley can back up, refine those picks again, and without a cooler online, I definitely think they might have gone an overtime lead, but obviously it's hard to say, but yeah.
I think the second to last kill on the Rainmaker there was absolutely vital for Purdue, because since the Rainmaker died with so little time left, Halley was forced to use all of their specials to pop the Rainmaker as fast as possible. Like, they used their Zuka, their whales, all just to get a fast pop on the Rainmaker. And it's like, if we didn't have to repop the Rainmaker, we could have used those specials on the enemy backline, clear them out, and then push for free. Because that pencil was really like the big thing contesting the Rainmaker, as you said. If they could aim their specials at the pencil, maybe they would have had more of a chance. But since they died, they had to use their specials to pop the Rainmaker instead of for creating space. And then by then, they were just out of steam. The pencil easily took out the Rainmaker a second time, and then that's game. So good stuff on Weird Aquatic Little Creatures. Halley, they kept it close. It just wasn't quite enough. Also, because we're going into Game 3, a bit of a correction from last set. Last set, we mistakenly said that when we do the play all 3, they don't matter for any statistical purposes. With this new format, they actually do now. These third games still count for points. Matters for seeding of the next qualifier and that kind of thing. Who makes top cut, who doesn't. So this game actually does still matter. It's just Purdue, they've already won the set on paper. This is just for a few extra points.
Yeah, now we're moving on to Clan Blitz Umami. I definitely think this is a map mode that definitely favors Halley a bit more in this matchup, but that tent umbrella can just launch his tent forward into their spawn and get a free clam if they're not careful, which is going to be really hard. We see the Splattershot Nova trying to fight a dually on the left. Trying to find those marks is what a Splattershot Nova can do, like throwing those point sensors, annoy them, find the enemy location at all times. It's such a good way to abuse the point sensors. Yeah, as you see one go down, We see Brioche giving back shots to the Carbon, giving back shots to the range, and just forward pushing into that pencil, finding a triple. But Halley doesn't have a ball yet. I mean, they have 6 clams on the Nova shot, but they didn't pass around enough. And that cooler, man, that just provided so much like leeway to give to little sea creatures to just come back in an instant.
Yeah, that cooler is kind of tragic, honestly. The Carbon Roller made an absolutely amazing play, took 3 out. They died to themselves, but because cooler, it's like that amazing triple didn't even like happen. So, bit unfortunate, but either way, Halley pushing up very nicely, gonna break open the basket, and Purdue is 2 down, but Halley is white. So they had a bit of an opportunity there, but Purdue's defense. Last game, the defense was immaculate, and it seems second verse same as the first. Like, Purdue's defense is just too airtight for Halley to break through. Even when they have like all the right pieces in the right places, they just still can't seem to make anything happen. Purdue has a lot of clams here, so it's absolutely vital that UTD keeps them at bay. And it seems to be exactly what they're gonna do. We have a tied game here, so Halley hanging on barely, being the lead by 1, by virtue of them breaking open the basket first. But a 1-point lead is nothing to be comfortable with in Clam Blitz. 1 power clam, that's our new lead, so by all means, still anyone's game.
Of course, and especially since clams are being passed around like I don't think I can say it on screen. Lucy and Awesome rushing to top mid, rushing to Zuka, trying to find the Zuka. They find the trade, the dualies in mid, and it's the last 2 in mid. They're being forced to slowly retreat back. And look at how much space they're just giving Halley. We see the defensive grab in return, but he gets shot down by the Zuka. What a great headshot. That can go in a 2010 Call of Duty montage, but it looks like Vessel's trying to force their way through with the ball. They might just take space. They find 1, and they're still alive, providing jumps to their teammates. And it looks like we might see a lot of scoring. We see it to drop to 50, and Halley's still under spawn until they're not.
Fantastic play on the head of their Vestal. Bit of a Hail Mary play. They dived the basket of a ball, but they got the ball in, rotating nicely to that position on top of the snipe. Found the pick, got jumps in, allowing their teammate to jump into the pity and get a pretty substantial lead. Still not the most comfortable thing in the world, but I mean, hey, like 2 balls in is certainly better than their first push when they only got 1 in. So ball was a bit more in the court of Purdue, but with 2 minutes left on the game, they definitely have a lot of time to play with. It's just a matter of how they use that time.
Yeah, 2 balls are better than 1. Wink. And we see the Zuka finding the pick onto that Tense Umbrella. And we see 2 down on the side of Purdue. We see the dualies trying to go and trade with the Zuka. I'm not sure if that's a trade that you really want in the endgame, especially since Vessel has another ball on lock. They could easily start pushing again, and especially since the pencil goes down, that's not a cooler. We see And Awesome trying to fight 3, but they are going to jump, and they just, oh wow, they took out the range, kind of. See And Awesome trying to fight the dualies, who was forced to jump out, and once again, space is in control of Halley.
Yeah, that death on the part of the range blast is absolutely tragic. Bit of a misinput there, it seems like. Mid control of the economy, firmly in the hands of UTD here. This is a really dangerous position for Purdue to be in. They have no clams online compared to the 2 balls and loads of clams on the side of UTD. And if Purdue going, what, like 2 down there, and Awesome's going to break open the basket, looking for a bit of a follow-up. Fortunately, there were a few clams on top of the snipe there, so they're going to be able to keep it open for a little bit longer. The jump-in's going to get picked off, though. It seems like they're only going to get 1 point out of that push. Still better than nothing. The fact that they're keeping this pressure up, it makes it really hard for Purdue to get back in the mid. But now Purdue, I mean, like, they scored 1 point, but they did just give them an additional pity. So now Purdue has a huge 3 clams, mass control of the economy. They are 2 down. Halley not letting up. The Kraken's probably gonna get punished here. Like, they overextend a little bit. They're kind of forced to, given how much time's left in the game. And just like that, like, Purdue is out of mid. They're gonna lose all of their balls except for the pity, I think. It's gonna be pretty tight. No additional clams online right now. Like, they're gonna need to do something real soon. Otherwise, this might just be a dead game for them. The crab was forced to be popped way too early. They don't really have a lot of tools to get back in the mid, aside from the Zuka on the part of the tent. Tent's trying to push through, though. Here comes the Zuka. He's gonna get picked off. It's not looking good for Purdue, especially with a ball inside UTD sneaking through, breaking open the basket, and that is game 3 in favor of UTD. So they're gonna take one for the road. Good stuff on them.
Good stuff, and honestly, I was kind of getting a bit worried for Halley at the end there, especially since we saw on the map that maybe like a minute left, they had 2 balls and a whole load of clams, and unfortunately they weren't able to empty both balls and their load into that basket. So I definitely thought it was a bit of a risk, considering that you gave Purdue an extra ball. But I think the fact that they were able to hold down the defense and let those balls despawn really just shows that like UT Dallas, UT Dallas just really are just good on that defense, and I definitely think that maybe they should refrain from that in the future. I mean, I saw the vision, but I definitely think that should just be a thing of we just should be in control of the economy. Let's not try and like shake the boat a little bit. But yeah, good stuff to UT Dallas getting one on the board against Purdue. I mean, we Aquatic Little Sea Creatures has been around for a long time, and I'm not very sure. I don't think I recognize some players from Halley, so maybe they underwent some roster changes. But I'm very excited to see how they do in the rest of the circuit.
Yeah, no, that last game definitely shows that given the right circumstances, they could definitely keep up with a well-established team of veterans like we Aquatic Little Creatures. Who knows? Like again, like that second game on Crab Leg, and even the first game, if just a few things had gone a little bit differently, like the outcome of the game could have been completely different. So like, I don't know, like really good stuff from both teams. Every game felt like pretty tight and even. If anything, that last game was the most dominant out of the 3, and it was like the team that won that one was the team that lost the set. So like I could have seen the set going either way, honestly. Just great stuff on both teams. Like I'm super happy with how this set turned out.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think of some map modes were kind of shifted around a little. I definitely think Purdue had like an overwhelming advantage on that Rainmaker Crab Leg game. I think if it was substituted for like something else, I definitely think that that game would have been much closer. But I don't know if the set count would have changed. But yeah, we Aquatic Little Sea Creatures going on 2-0. Halley, even though you're 1-1 right now, it shouldn't be discouraged. You shouldn't be discouraged at all. You went 2-1. It wasn't an 0-3. The games were close. You're learning bit by bit. Especially if some of your players are new to the team. You're still trying to build up that team chemistry. There are like 4 other qualifiers for you to participate in. So of course, this is just kind of like the feeling out stage. You're feeling each other. Feeling each other up and down, left and right, side to side, diagonally, east to west. It definitely just is, something that you figure out over time. You can't expect to walk into the tournament circuit being like, oh yeah, we're gonna win, and then you go like 3-2, and it's like, guys, what happened? Why did we go 3-2? It's something that you definitely just stick through as a team, and definitely we Aquatic Little Sea Creatures, we Aquatic Little Purdue, definitely sticking with each other, sticking by that. You could just like see the progress that they made.
For sure, for sure. Excited to see what they do in the future. Like this set definitely shows they have the potential to like do really good stuff against some insane players, some insane teams. And they have that first one under their belt, so it's not like this was a total walk for them. They got that one win over them, so even this set they still came out with a few points to show for themselves. Excited to see what they do in those future qualifiers. Any final thoughts on these two teams? He's thinking.
I don't know like how you come up with the name Purdue University. Like what? I'm just like I'm so confused by like where Purdue comes from. Like UT Dallas, like it's basic, University of Texas Dallas. Ooh, University State, and then your city. Ooh, shiver me timbers. But Purdue. It seems like there was like was the founder named Purdue? Was his name like David Purdue? And that. Hey, if my last name was Purdue, I'd want like a cool first name, not like David. Ooh, sorry.
Okay, I think we're good to go on break. We'll see you guys in just a little bit for another match in our first qualifier. Take it easy.
said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No. Who am I to let you down? Down,
Hey guys, it's me, the breastfeed boy, aka Toe Tickler, aka Glizzy Guzzler, and we're back commentating more CCA Circuit. All right, I'm joined by my white brother Nikki, who we're distantly related to. Say hi.
Yes, hello, it is I, Nikki. We're back at it again with another match in the CCA Circuit Qualifier 1. We got a Division 1 matchup today. Oh, no, excuse me, Division 3 matchup. Pardon. Who are our teams? We got the Bobsplats out of Quinnipiac University going up against the Corsairs of the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth. Any thoughts on these two teams, you two? I believe they're both newcomers to CCA. I could be mistaken.
Quinnipiac is a funny name.
Excellent
And,
commentary.
I looked up where they're from, and they're from Connecticut, a bottom tier state.
So we got some East Coast schools going up against each other. Love to
Meanwhile,
see it. As an East
Massachusetts-
Coaster myself, it should be exciting. Our
Yeah.
first map mode of this match is TC Mako. Yeah, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, we actually looked up the map list, so we know what we're talking about now. Shout out to the lovelies who were watching the first two sets. Regardless, Mako TC. Any thoughts on this map mode, Mewtwo? It's one of my personal favorites.
It's a good map mode, I'll tell you that much. And as we are getting into this, right now, we're going to see the Bobsplats and the Orange rocking a no backline comp. Meanwhile, UMAASD is rocking that pencil and that 52, that range blaster, that neo splash, something you'd normally see. But let's talk about this tri-slosher, Nikki.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's an unorthodox pick, especially the vanilla Tri, but I mean, with how many corners and ledges are on this map, Tri-Slosher is a dangerously strong main weapon here, and Inkjet also being able to peek over the plat. So powerful on this map. So I actually think the vanilla Tri is the stronger of the two buckets here, assuming you already have a cooler weapon on the team, which in their case they have that end zap. Both teams are going to trade picks right away. It seems like neither team can really establish a clear-cut advantage. Bobsplats smartly holding onto their stack. They're going to go 2 down. Last one's kind of caught out of position, but they're somehow going to get away with their lives. And now we're just right back where we started. Both teams, numbers even, stuck in neutrals for a little bit longer.
Oh yeah, for sure, and we definitely see the Gel overextending a little onto their stack, trying to make a play. But I definitely think that mid is just too heavily contested right now. We see the Trizuka coming out, finding that range blaster. I'm surprised they found it. We see the inkjet from the Tri-Slosher, I believe, finding 2, and now it's Bobsplat's time to start pushing this objective. We see the cooler on the tower. Everyone is starting to get oiled up. And it looks like UMAASD is trying to find a way back in. One goes down on each side, but definitely I think that trade definitely favors UMAASD more. I mean, Bobsplats, I'm sorry.
Right. Bobsplat's going to roll on right through the first checkpoint. They're going to get slowed down a bit, although with control of mid still firmly in their hands, they're going to be able to just push again. The Corsairs do have those lasers online, but the Inkjet's also online, as well as the Zuka. This Inkjet can do massive damage on top of the plat. Already found 1, gonna find 2. Only one left's the pencil. That's a wipeout. Beautiful. I believe that was a triple, at least a double for my guy RDB here. They're probably gonna steamroll right through the second checkpoint, which is usually the hardest one to take. So Corsairs are in a really rough position. They're really gonna have to like reorganize and try to slow down Bobsplat's their advance here. Strikes online for Bobsplats. That's definitely going to create some space. Dreamy Mr. L here trying to make a play on tower. They're going to get the pick. Bobsplats 2 down. It seems like they're finally going to slow down this push, although mid is firmly in control of Bobsplats. the Corsairs, they really need to take control of their stack before they want to get back in the mid. Seems to be what they're trying to do. The stack is cleared off. Power's moving back. Bobsplats are 2 down. Things are starting to look up for Corsairs, although with 17 points, or like a score of, what is that, 83 from Bobsplats, it's going to be a long road for the Corsairs.
It's going to be
Especially if they
even...
go 3 down.
Yeah, it's going to be even longer since their pencil went down, which means that there's not going to be a cooler as quickly as UMAASD wants them to. We see that ends up riding that tower, slowly building their cooler, but they realize that they just need to push. They just realize they just need to edge the tower. They don't need to do a full balls to the wall push right now because there's 2 minutes left and they just want to keep that tower pushing. That way they have that slight special charge, and it looks like now is their time to start pushing, especially when there's 3 down. The last one is that range blaster and it goes down off screen, and we see this map is just orange right now, man. The paint control that Bobsplats have is incredible.
Yeah, which is pretty surprising given that Squeezer and Tri-Slosher are both not super paint positive weapons compared to the Pencil Splash and 52 on the side of Corsairs. Threatening with their checkpoint, it's an absolute bloodbath. Both teams going 2 down. They're going to get through the checkpoint though, threatening it for the knockout. Corsairs need to make something happen right now, but unfortunately it's too little too late. First game gonna go firmly into the hands of Bobsplats. Really good showing for them. That was just a beautiful way to play that map. Like, they got the early advantage, they took control of the stacks, and then they just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. Got stuck a little bit on the 3rd checkpoint, but then they pushed right after, got the knockout like it was nothing. Really strong stuff from them.
For sure. You know, I think the opening by that Tri-Slosher was just so, like, it caught me off guard. And it appears that we got the colors wrong again. I believe that was UMAASD actually taking that win. Oopsies.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens. But yeah, definitely that opening pick by my guy RDB really showing why he's my guy, like my guy specifically. You know, like there was just like zero fear in their play, and you definitely saw that inkjet while they were pushing, finding those picks. I believe they found a triple when they were making that initial push to 17. It really just shows that like the individual skill of my guy RDB and also the team skill, you know, finding that paint control, getting those specials, coordinating those specials, being able to push that objective that far, even, you know, threading that knockout towards the end. It was just it just felt so fluid, you know, and I definitely think that this team has definitely been working behind the scenes to make everything work, and I definitely think you know, my guy RDB is kind of the main focal point of that team, and they're just trying to. It's, you know, we're just living in my guy RDB's world, to be honest.
Yeah, no, great showing from the Corsairs. Forgive us for getting the colors mixed up again.
It's a Corsair.
Stuff happens. Going into game 2 now on Zones Mahi, I believe. Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yes,
You're right, kid.
Zones Mahi. I don't know if saying this one's controversial is true. I personally love this map mode. It's had a bit of a comeback following the map rework about a year ago now. There are still some people who are like pretty on the fence with this one. Mewtwo, I don't know. Any thoughts on Zones Mahi? Yeah, no, like, I think for the most part, this one's pretty well respected. There are just a few people who have some kinks with it. It's one of the absolute smallest map modes in the game, extremely constricting, very powerful for snipers. A pencil or an E-leader has basically full sights across the entirety of mid. But, like, it's a very, like, claustrophobic map mode. Ones where teams are kind of forced to play really close together. Painting specials. Mewtwo's having an absolute field day over there with the thumbs up.
Yeah, I'm
specials
just,
are
you know.
extremely strong here. Like, one set of Tri-Strikes covers basically all of mid with room to spare. Chumps, Rain, Booyah, Missiles, like, these are all very powerful on a map mode where there isn't a lot of space to run to. And lockouts tend to be pretty scary here. If a team can manage the setup, especially after the water level goes down, if a team can manage to hold on to that forward position on the enemy plat, it's really, really scary for the team in disadvantage. So, special coordination and just playing as a team in general tends to be the name of the game here. Being able to push through mid, set up onto the enemy's plat, and just try to lock them out there for as long as possible. Sometimes you get quick and easy games like that, other times it's an absolute bloodbath in mid. So which side of the extreme we'll see today, who knows? All we can hope for is that it'll be a pretty good showing from one, if not both of these teams.
I agree with every singular point you just made. Honestly, I was so inspired. Like I started sweating in areas that I didn't know I could even sweat in, man.
Good to know. Good to know. What are the thoughts? I wouldn't
What?
be surprised if we see some changes on the side of Corsairs. That Tri-Slosher pick, which was extremely bold, um, I wouldn't be surprised if that's just a Mako niche. Because again, on Mako in particular, with how many ledges and corners and how powerful Inkjet is there, Tri-Slosher is extremely powerful on that map mode. But really, like, I hesitate to say like only that map mode, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see that player switch to something different for Monkey. Maybe pull
I
out the Nouveau kit and pull out something different instead of a Zap. Who knows? Like, let's see what these two teams decide to bring out.
I want to see more Tri-Slosher. I like
Game service
Tri-Slosher.
again.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is just a Splatoon 3 netcode moment, and we see the Tri-Slosher again, Nikki. We see the Tri-Slosher. But we see an Explo on the side of the Bobsplats, Nikki. We see an Explosion.
Turns out, yeah, it's Bobsplats making the big comp changes, losing the pencil and the range blaster in favor of a custom Explode and Stamper. The Zap is also new. I forget what they had before. It was Neo Splash, I believe. Bobsplats setting up an early advantage, finding one. Actually, numbers even, forgive me. Although they have control of zone, the Tri-Slash is going to go down. Bobsplats could play pretty aggressive if they want to. The remaining three members are all kind of stuck in that corner, although they're going to opt to place a bit more patiently, it seems.
Yeah, they tried playing aggressive, but the Carbon really punished them. We see two on the left trying to find space. We see the Splash on coming into zone, and the Nautilus does go down. We see the Carbon with that Trizuka, and we see the Inkjet from the side of my guy RDB. Comboing with that Trizuka was so lethal because it just found two right now, and it found three because of that Explo. Deciding to poke out a little too far, straying too close to the sun, and my guy RDB finding another one, and he's getting support from their teammates, and that's two down, and it looks like the UMAASD is starting to really just run a train through them right now, Nikki. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, like, here was the aggression that Bobsplats was lacking. Like, once the Corsairs saw an opportunity to push up, they took it. My guy, what are the initials? RDB? Yeah, RDB. They saw an opportunity, they ran in, they got three, they traded, but still, like, three picks like that, absolutely beautiful. Gonna get a pretty good score on the board, taking it down to 41. Bobsplats are gonna flip the zone, and if two down, now would be their chance to push up. Last one stuck in a corner there. Again, they seem to be playing it safe, though, and letting the Carbon jump out, not really using this opportunity to take space.
Yeah, I definitely think that was a pretty bad overextension by my guy RDB. We see the Trizuka coming in from the Carbon, seeing if they could find one. The Stamper's playing really safe around this Carbon, and it looks like the help from my guy RDB is able to find them. We see the Inkjet coming in. Let's see how his teammates can be able to capitalize. We see the X-Splasher using that splashdown. What a great kill. And it looks like three are down on the side of Bobsplats. And we see the Stamper trying to make a hero play, trying to find a pick to allow their teammates to get in, but it looks like they're just kind of stuck right now, finding death by my guy RDB, and it looks like the Nautilus is able to take care of the Explo, and this is once again just a really strong control from UMAASD.
Yeah, my guy RDB putting in work for their team here. Every time they pop Inkjet, it seems like they get one, if not multiple picks with it. I'm understanding now why they went with the Vanilla Try and not the Nouveau. It's not just because it has a strong niche on the map modes they've been playing on, because this individual is apparently an Inkjet wizard. Honestly, fine picks with big splashdown. That's going to clear out a lot of space, securing the zone for Bobsplats. Bobsplats doing a much better job kind of keeping the pace of the game a bit more even this time around, as opposed to last game where it felt like they were constantly in disadvantage. This time is a lot more back and forth. The Bobsplats, they are adapting, it seems, to the Corsairs game plan, but this Inkjet coming out, always doing damage, trying to find the pick. They're going to get it, and survive live to tell the tale. My guy RDB was looking extremely weak there, finding a flank on the Stamper there. Again, my guy RDB just putting in work, finding another. Was that a quad? I lost track of how many kills they got.
I mean, maybe, but knowing RDE, probably. It's insane how much range that Tri-Slosher has. We see Dreamy stuck on Dreamy Mr. L stuck on the flat alongside of that Zap. And it looks like they have three specials on board. The only one that's not, that doesn't have a special line, is that Explode. But we see the Cooler, we see the Rails, we might see a Zipcaster coming in soon. We see an X, and we see a Splashdown trade. And it looks like the Nautilus is trying to find Dreamy Dr. L, and then they will lose that fight. The Expo's just in zone. They find my guy RDB. They might find another in the zone, and it looks like the cap is finally going to go back at the Bobsplats' favor.
Yeah, and good for them too, because of course they got through their penalty. They were getting dangerously close to securing that the game with a knockout. Going into the last minute of the game, Bobsplats' penalty is already looking pretty thin, but here comes the Inkjet, as always, doing work. But a big splashdown from the Expo. That's going to shut down that Inkjet quickly. Bobsplats is 3 down. The last one, it's like the Expo is jumping in, but that splashdown is definitely going to make things awkward for them. Stamper trying to run away. They're going to get picked up. That's a delayed wipe. Corsairs are going to have all of the space in the world here to set up. Although, again, looks like they're electing to stay in mid and play this a bit more patiently. With only 30 seconds left in the game, I can understand where they're coming from, although that is going to make things maybe just a little bit more challenging for them. Tri-Slosh going down as well. Bobsplats pushing as hard as they can. They realize it's now or never. Penalty is off the table. They're going to go 2 down. Make that 3 down. It's only Ray. They go down. They did flip the zone, though, so hanging on by a thread. 15 seconds left in the game. They needed to make something happen now, or else it's just going to be a win by score for the Corsairs. Laces coming online. Ray's threatening the zone. Zipcaster out as well. They find one. Big splashdown. They're going to flip the zone. It's going to go into overtime. I say as a splashdown comes in, that's probably going to secure the zone, and it does. Ugh, valiant effort, but Corsairs, they came in swinging. They're going to take that second win, and with it, the 2-0 victory over Bobsplats.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, as much as we like to talk about when my guy RDB is going, I just want to shout out the rest of the Corsairs, because even when my guy RDB went down to that splashdown when he was in Inkjet mode, the rest of the Corsairs actually went 2 down. I believe it was 3 down, and then the wipeout when they were trying to get back in with like 30 seconds left. So like, shout out to them for being able to, you know, it's not just an individual sport. Splatoon is a team game, and shoutouts to the Corsairs for just, you know, knowing that hey, this Expo is distracted. The main wave, like this distance creator, is gone. They're fighting our teammate. Let's go run in at the other team, because we know that like we could definitely take them on in a fight. And it was just you know, good. It was just good team play. And shout out to the Bobsplats as well. They made the game really close. Honestly, I really couldn't think it went. It could have went either way, but definitely that double bomb pick at the end was just way too crucial, and it really just allowed the rest of the Corsairs to find their footing. And, you know, my guy RDB, you saw like him farming for that Inkjet in the top of your screen, and after that was popped, it was pretty much wraps, because the Expo was forced to just pop a splashdown in a bad spot. It wasn't directly in the zone, and that really just cost you know, Bobsplats the game, because I definitely think they would have capped the zone from there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, like, it was a valiant effort on the part of the Bobsplats. They had the zone going into the last couple seconds of the game, but that splashdown from Corsairs, it was just too much for them to handle. Honestly, like, all the Corsairs, like you said, I know we spent a lot of that game highlighting my guy, how do I keep forgetting the initial? Was it
It's okay. It's
RGB. RDB, whatever. I might just start calling them my guy. We spent a lot of that game highlighting their performance in the Tri-Slosh, and especially their Inkjet. But as you said, like, the entirety of the Corsairs, they are a well-oiled machine. Like, when one player falters, the others come in to pick up the slack effectively. So just really good stuff on the side of the Corsairs. And again, like, the Bobsplats, they definitely improved in that second game. They kept it a hell of a lot closer than they did in the first game. So who knows? Like, if that pattern continues, maybe we'll see a victory in this third game on what is it, Manta Rainmaker, I believe? Yes, Manta Rainmaker. Any thoughts on this map mode?
Maybe he should be our guy RDB, because like 2 of us, and like I don't like to share, but like I will if I need to. And like, I don't know what a Corsair is. Is that like a hair product? It sounds like one. It sounds like corset. Wait, I don't think that's a hair product. But like Rainmaker Manta.
There you go. Back on topic.
Oh yeah. I saw this map mode played at Riptide. Shout out Riptide. Shout out the CCA event that went on at Riptide. Shout out Riptide and CCA. Shout out.
So Manta Rainmaker. Yet again, I would not be surprised if we saw the Tri-Slosher come out, especially the Vanilla Tri. This is yet another map where Inkjet is extremely powerful. Typically, things that can hit over walls are very strong on a Manta because of like that ledge that kind of separates the street from that defensive position on the ramp. So like sloshers, very powerful. Blasters, very powerful. A slosher that has a special that basically turns it into a long-range blaster, extremely powerful. And of course, Toxic Mist and Rainmaker, it's a combo as old as peanut butter and jelly. Slow down the Rainmaker, it's just a great fit. Um,
I'm
as
allergic
for
to
others,
peanut butter.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I wanted thick, creamy nut in my mouth, but like it seems that
Oh.
like God said no.
As for other things about Manta Rainmaker, this is one of those map modes, one of the rare Rainmaker map modes I find where there's two routes and both of them have their pros and cons. On a lot of Rainmaker maps, I find one route is easily the better of the two, but this is one where I'm like, you kind of have a choice between the safer, longer route on the left or the faster, more risky route on the right. So like which route teams decide to push ultimately comes down to the context of the game. So it'll be interesting to see what kinds of strategies teams elect for going into this game.
Yeah, I would definitely worry on the side of Bobsplats, especially with my guy RDB on that vanilla tri-slosher if they still decide to go with it because of that Toxic Mist cutting off that risky route, as you said, and you know, sometimes people like to play a risky and then they end up with a child. So maybe
Oh,
that's something that you
Jesus.
don't want to do. But yeah, going into it, I think it really decides like I think the decision making of Bobsplats is really going to depend on whether or not my guy RDB goes with that vanilla tri-slosher or not. And wait, I'm sorry, I did not see if you. Oh, a tent umbrella.
Yeah, no.
Mm.
An interesting adaptation. I mean, of course, Tent Umbrella is very popular in Rainmaker. You could do the whole Overwatch Reinhardt thing to protect the Rainmaker. And of course, Zuka, one of the best players in the game. Oh, that's a player off the edge of the map. That's unfortunate. Bad way to start, but it's okay. You know, probably live in nerds.
Oh,
Of course,
I love this play.
immediately going to the fast, risky route. They're gonna take that first checkpoint basically for free. My guy didn't even die for that. I really thought they would. They're pushing through using the 10 shield, trying to get a few more picks. They're gonna find one. I don't think the 52 realizes they're still back there. Gonna miss the pick, but I mean, there's a lot of momentum in favor of Corsairs right now. Bobsplats are 3 down. Rainmaker's popped. Cooler online. They can just keep pushing this if they want to.
I really want to talk about that play that my guy RDB just did really quickly. Throwing the tent shield in front of them and then quickly moving right was such a smart play because because you know they want to push towards that Rainmaker, but they can't because the tent shield's in their face. And it looks like, and because of that, the Corsairs managed to get down to 32 because of the amazing play by that tent umbrella and the rest of the team understanding that, hey, let's go along with this because we know that this is probably a strategy that they practice. And as I'm speaking, 31, it's a pretty great starting push, especially since the Corsairs have so much map control. We see the splash slowly shuffling. They have the strikes ready. They're ready to use it, and we see the strikes coming out from the Bobsplats. But I'm not really sure how effective these will be, since it's just effectively just flushing people out of their street. But that's not going to stop the people from mid, you know.
Bobsplats did elect to reset the Rainmaker there, although with map control still firmly in the hands of Corsairs, it really isn't going to do much. They're going to go 2 down, make that 3 down, make that a wipe. This is just an absolute clinic on the side of UMAASD. Rainmaker in their hands, pushing it, rapidly threatening the lead. They're gaining points here. Only 7, so good play on the part of Bobsplats stopping that push before it got too out of hand.
Uh-oh.
My guy doing the tent strategy. They're gonna sneak in and get a lot of good points there. They're gonna die for it, but I'd say that push was that play was easily worth the death that went into it. Corsairs are gonna go 3 down. Rainmaker reset yet again, and this time, now that Corsairs are mostly down, they might have a chance to actually capitalize off that reset. Tent umbrella gonna go down. Another one respawning. Like, UMass does not have a lot of presence in mid right now. They're gonna take the Rainmaker. Bobsplats finally getting some points on the board, and they're looking to replicate that fast push by going to the checkpoint on the right, just barely not gonna secure it.
Yeah, they tried to play a risky, but it ended up costing them not a checkpoint. It looks like Mikey RDP. Oh, that's definitely a clip. Pushing off the map is insane work. And it looks like my guy RDP
using
is
the
still
wall to
not
their
finished.
advantage.
Oh dear. I would trust this man with my life in the Hunger Games. I'm not gonna lie. As we see, he's playing it. He's just playing it really slow because he knows there's 2 minutes left. We have a lot. We're just trying to start pushing slowly but surely. We're trying to get this map control in. I know my teammates are going to be able to take care of the enemies, and look at this. We're just, you know, it really just shows like how well disciplined this team is, because they don't want to try anything too risky that might result in a team wipe, because they know that it's just going to allow Bobsplats to get all like so much momentum. But as we see, the slow pushing really just allows them to do stuff like this with a 3 down and a dunk to secure the 3-0. Oh wow, that was wow.
Yeah, they played that last Rainmaker push oh so patiently, and it worked out beautifully for them, just waiting for the perfect opportunity. Might have taken a little bit to get there, but I mean, like, they never lost their patience, never got excited, never got nervous. Like, Bobsplats wanted them to pull forward and just kind of like walk into their trap effectively, but Corsairs were like, no, we got time. We don't need to push this if we don't want to. And they just kept holding on to it until they saw that perfect opportunity, and then they thought, well, we don't have to push it until we want to. But now would be a great time to go. So they did. That huge splashdown right in front of the checkpoint gave them the cover they needed to get to the final checkpoint, and then from there they just slam dunk it for the knockout. Great stuff on the part of Corsairs. I would honestly love to see the stats of that last game, because that last game in particular felt especially one-sided in the favor and what am I trying to say? In favor of the Corsairs. Like, it felt like they were just on an absolute rampage that last game. And like Bobsplats, like, giving due praise to them, that second game, they definitely kept it close. I do think they have the chops to keep up with Corsairs, but either like they got like demotivated after the 2-0 loss, or maybe Manta Rainmaker just isn't their map mode, because that last game was especially rough for them. Corsairs just got in their walls and never left effectively.
Yeah, like I said, that opening from the Corsairs just really set the tone of the game, because like as you saw, they were just able to break through that checkpoint so easily because of that 10th shield just providing as a distraction, because they know that the route to get back to the checkpoint, if you were to go through the street, it would be too long. Then you can't really cut through mid because there is a 10th shield in your face. So it really just put them in a really precarious position, and I guess the real counterplay is just to have the Stamper shredded and just throw bombs, but I wasn't expecting that opening, so I'm not really sure how Bobsplats could have expected such an opening like that.
Right. And there one player dropping off the right side of the map at the beginning of the game. If that player didn't die so early, they definitely could have had them watching the left side of the map, which would have slowed down their advancement. The fact that they just fell off the map meant that that right route was totally open for Corsairs.
Yeah.
So maybe if that didn't happen, things would have turned out a little bit differently. But given how dominant Corsairs were throughout the majority of that game, I'm hesitant to say it would have made too much of a difference. Like, that really was just like their map to shine, I feel.
Yeah, and the 10th mix-up from my guy RDB was just so like it was just so interesting. And
Yeah,
yeah,
kudos to them. Like, they went from playing a very fast-paced, like, in-your-face weapon like Tri-Slosher to a very, like, slow, calculated, decisive weapon like Tentacle. Like, that's not easy to do. Like playing two weapons that basically have opposite play styles simultaneously like that. So, like, a really interesting adaptation on their part. I thought the switch off of Tri-Slosher was bizarre because Manta Rainmaker is just such a strong map mode for it, but I mean, they proved the efficacy of their tent on that map mode. Like, it put in absolute work for their team.
for sure. And I just found out what a Corsair is, so let me just so I think it's a computer mouse or a fighter plane, but I'm not very sure. But I think it's cooler to assume that it's a fighter plane. And shoutouts to Bobsplats for actually having an interesting name. UMAASD. Okay, it's the same problem with UTD.
Are we gonna do this again?
University of
Really?
Massachusetts, Dartmouth, because apparently it's not pronounced as Dartmouth. Dartmouth, sorry. But wait, oh yeah, Bobsplats is from Quinnipiac.
Quinnipiac.
Yeah, I don't know how you can make a name out of that. So I think Maybe a bobcat is like their school mascot.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before Mewtwo goes on another tangent, we're probably going to go out to our intermission. Stay tuned for our fourth match of this qualifier. We'll be back in just a little bit. Take it easy until then.
Hey guys, it's me, the baby oil brigader, Mr. Melanin himself, YouTube, and I'm back, commentating the last group stage of the CCA Circuit Qualifier number 1. I am once again joined by my ashy brother-in-arms. Nikki, how are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful tonight. Thank you.
Have you put on
what
any
a night
lotion?
it's been, honestly. Yeah, we're coming back at you guys live with a Division 4 matchup this time. We have Ferris State out of Ferris State University versus Crab and Go out of the University of Houston. And what... I believe it's
okay.
CB Museum, yes.
Yes, you're so right, bestie. Like, oh wow, and we're seeing just a switch up from what we usually saw. Like in the last few rounds, we see a Tri-Slosher Nouveau and a Vanilla Inkbrush, and it ends up 89 on the side of Ferris State, but a more standard comp on the side of Crab and Go. I mean, wow. I mean, is that double cooler on the side of Ferris State?
Yeah, they are headed and try Nouveau. A bold strategy, generally considered to be pretty risky, but when it works, it tends to really work. Allows teams to play unbelievably aggressive. Although, given their other two weapons, the NZAP and the Ink Crush, I don't know, like, those two weapons don't really give me the vibe of, like, weapons that want to play turbo feeding aggressive. Like, I think more things like Splash or Shot or 52, like those kinds of weapons. But, I mean, who knows? We'll have to see how it pans out for them. NZAP already went down, but with that second cooler online, it's not like it's gonna matter too much. Like, Crab and Go, they're gonna be in for an uphill battle. Like, half the kills they get just straight up aren't going to matter. Like, they're gonna need to really murder the crap out of Ferris State. And, like, that's definitely a little bit intimidating. However, if they can just get into that forward position, if they can get into advantage, Ferris State's lack of entry specials is going to make it really difficult for them to get back in. Double Cooler doesn't really do much for you on defense. And if them going 3 down, it looks like they might have to play defense pretty soon. So, it's going to be up to how the head it can play here. They're gonna go down, jump in as well. They're definitely gonna die. Things are not looking good for Ferris State. Basket broken. A few clams online as well. They can keep this going for a little bit. The 52 seems to be backing up for more clams, as is the Nautilus. This could be a pretty big push for Crab and Go, especially as Ferris State seems to be a bit staggered. They keep running in one by one, going for hero plays.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about this sort of defense that they're trying to play. We see that ends up just finding a pick on that knot, but they can't find a pick on that Tend Attack soon enough, and they got in a lot of clams. We see the bucket doing some fancy maneuvering around this, ends up finding a pick, and yeah, I mean, like you said, the defense really kind of struggles, especially with the lack of defensive specials.
They're eventually going to force Crab and Go off the plat, although sacrificing, what, 71 points for that? Not ideal. Crab and Go trying to keep the pressure going, 52 running in. They're going to go down, taking a trade with them. Keep up the pressure as well. There goes one, and there goes two. This jumping is most certainly going to die. Once again, Ferris State 3 down. It's only the Ink Brush. No eyes on them currently. It seems like they're on top of the spinner. Oh no, that's the Tri-Slosher. They're going to go down. There's the Brush, Shark in front of the basket. They are going to take out the ball carrier, but the ball is barely going to sneak in. Nas has a ton of clams online. Make that a ball. They really got to stop this guy before he gets in. Here comes the splashdown. Gonna find one. There's the ball in. They are gonna work through their penalty. Points are now on the board, although they are running out of time. Head's gonna go down. It's only the zap. There are more chumps online. This is just a bloodbath for Ferris State. They cannot get a consistent defense to save their life. And just like that, game one's already in favor of Crab and Go.
Wow. Yeah, no, Crab and Go really just stepped on the gas for that offense, because it just like was so it just kind of suffocated Ferris State, you know? They just locked them up and they didn't let them breathe. And honestly, I liked at the start the constant rotation of the coolers. That was pretty smart, but then, like you said, when 3 goes down, those coolers aren't really gonna be helping you anytime soon, and especially the 1-by-1 feeding of Ferris State really didn't help either. So I think that's something that, like, I think they just need to calm down, because even though there were a lot of points being put on the board for Crab and Go, that shouldn't that shouldn't make you make decisions like, I need to stop this by myself. And, Splatoon 3, like I said, is a team game. You need to just throw bombs, wait for your teammates to come back in, and then you can all move in as a unit. But obviously, it can feel very overwhelming when Crab and Go just had such a really strong push and a really strong offense, and it didn't even feel like they needed to play defense because of how suffocating it was on the offensive side.
Yeah, for sure. We were questioning the double cooler comp at the beginning of that game, and I think that game really shows why double cooler is such a risky strategy. When it works, when you have that advantage and you can just constantly hold forward into the enemy, it tends to really work. On the contrary, when you're stuck in your spawn all game, it tends to really, really flop. So let's see if let's see if Ferris State makes any adjustments this game. Going into game 2, TC Ship Shape. This is another one of those map modes that is infamous for being especially snowball heavy. So, given how the last game went, Crab and Go, it seems like they like the snowball a lot, and this would be a great map for them to do that on. Ferris State still going double cooler, this time with an N-Zap and Nouveau combo, but they're also going to pull out the Custom Range Blaster and Explo, a radically different comp from the first game.
Yeah, it definitely provides a lot more aggression on the side of Ferris State, but as I said, that the N-Zap does go down, so I think the cooler vocational cycle will be staggered, and the Tri-Slosher goes down, so it definitely will be staggered. We see, and I just want to point out the bow on the side of Crab and Go, and we go down, the Explo goes down. I think they were in a really precarious position that they didn't want to be in, and they didn't have enough time to jump down. We see the bucket, once again, finding that N-Zap, and this bucket is just turning Ferris State into its own amusement park. Because, oh my goodness, they are going to start pushing this Explo, and the Explo goes down. Ferris State is once again being suffocated by the massive offense of Crab and Go.
Yeah, like, we're really seeing just how snowball heavy Ship Shape is, and just how a team like Crab and Go, who excels in that snowballing strategy, can take advantage of that. They're already through the second checkpoint. Ferris State struggling to find any momentum at all. It's only up to the Tri-Slosher, but they're going to go down, and that should just be an easy knockout in only about a minute for Crab and Go. An absolutely dominant win. 2-0 victory for them. Grab and Go, like, fantastic stuff. Ferris State, it's pretty rough to lose 2-0 so quickly like that, but I mean, you know, every loss is a lesson. This VOD, this match should definitely give them some good stuff to go over, and like hopefully they can maybe learn how to slow down just a little bit, keep their nerves in check, and play more as a team. Maybe we'll see a bit of that going into our third game. Of course, we are doing play all. The third game doesn't really matter for any statistical purposes. Crab and Go has already won the set. However, this will still be worth a few points for the sake of seeding and future qualifiers. So, yeesh, just what an absolute domination for Crab and Go. I'm still trying to process how insane of a set that was for them.
You know what the thing was? They didn't even need a crab to go. They just go. Right? I think that's why they're called Crab and Go, because of how like fast they are, man. Because
Did
like,
they even have a crab weapon either game? I don't think
I
they
don't
did.
know. I don't think so. But like Crab and Go, they should just be called Go, because the way they were just able to go so quickly into the enemy's spawn, I mean, it just felt like they were just making the right decisions and the right calls at every single step of the way. And Ferris State really, I mean, they just really didn't have an answer. I mean, it was just so difficult. I mean, that NZAP went down. You didn't even have a cooler online, and it just felt like they were struggling to even build up specials along the way. And I think that just, you know, that definitely is something that needs to be addressed. You know, how do we handle this overwhelming pressure from Crab and Go? And I think definitely one of those things is learning, like, maybe adapting a you know, like a bait and punish style. You know, they like to play aggressive. Okay, let's make sure they overextend and let's punish them as a team, and then we can move in like that. Let's get a cooler online. That way we're up with cooler. We're oiled up for the 4v3. You know, let's make sure they're I don't think I could continue with the rest of that, but you know, I think adapting to another playstyle would be good for them, and I definitely think that it can definitely like work in the future. But right now, I think it's definitely something that you should like think about.
Yeah, for sure. Going into game 3, I believe is Splat Zones on Umami. Yes. Unfortunately for Ferris State, this is yet another one of those map modes that is infamously snowball heavy. On the list of lockout heavy zones maps, this is perhaps one of the most lockout heavy, at least in my opinion. There's basically only 2 ways out of spawn, and one of them is a literal death pit. So, Crab and Go, based on how the last few games went, assuming Ferris State isn't making any adjustments, which it seems like they're not, they're still rocking that double cooler comp. I imagine this game is going to be a strong opening from Crab and Go. They're going to secure both zones, move up for a lockout position, and then just run their score down from 100 to 0. But who knows? Anything could happen. NZAP is already going to go down on the side of Ferris State.
Yeah, 2 down already on Ferris State already, and then, you know, just like clockwork, it was the 2 cooler users and then that X-Washer. So, definitely seeing some shades. Oh, what a nasty kill by this Nautilus right here. And it seems that like one of their teammates from Crab and Go is just already pushing, and they traded with that Zuka from Ferris State, and you see the Gal finding 1, finding 2. They'll take that to go. I'm not gonna lie to you, man.
Yeah, it's just a Tri-Slosh from Ferris State. They found 1, but it's not going to be enough to get them back into this game. Tri-Slosher goes down. Crab and Go running away with the game. They're already threatening that knockout down to less than 40 points to go. Ferris State, what they really need is a special right now, but if only the splashdown online, that's really not going to do much in space. What they need is the Zuka from their shot. It's online. If they're going to make something happen, now would be the time. With only 20 seconds on the board. Here comes the Zuka. There's the splashdown. Neither are going to find much value, though. Ferris State's 2 down yet again. Crab and Go, less than 5 points to go by now. It's just an absolute bloodbath for them. I hate to say I called it, but, I kind of called it. Holy crap, dude. Crab and Go, just putting on an absolute clinic right now.
Yeah, they're playing like they have a bedtime. They're playing like they need to go to bed soon. They're playing like they have assignments due at 11:59 p.m. and they're just trying to tournament as quickly as they can. It makes me wonder, how is this team in Division 4? Like, they play like they're so much higher of a div. You know, I mean, I think that like maybe it was a classic case of, hey, we get underseeded even though we're like hidden bosses, but you know, we don't we don't play much, so we obviously don't have a lot of results for the seating staff to go off of. But I think this performance, I definitely think should be a case as to why Division 3, Division 2 at least. I mean,
Yeah, I'd be interested to see. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off
No,
there.
it's okay,
I'd be
Pookie.
interested to see their previous sets, because this is obviously the final set in the group stage. If they were winning 2-0 like that in every single set before this, could be a case where they're just underseeded. Maybe it was just a bad match for Ferris State. Who knows, right? Like, there's a lot we don't know. Although I can definitely say that this particular set was just absolute domination for them. If you're Ferris State, like, again, like, it's the first qualifier, there's plenty of season left. Mewtwo, what the hell are you doing, man? Like, Ferris State, there's plenty of season left. Don't get too beat up over this. It's a pretty rough loss, losing all 3 games in under a minute, basically. But there's a lot to learn from it, for sure. Every loss is a lesson, after all. Mewtwo,
So true.
any final thoughts on these two teams or this set as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, having that mentality to just be able to like swallow your losses and just be able to more or less learn from it, how you can improve, what to do going forward. And I think it's definitely a thing of like, yeah, I mean, it was kind of it was pretty rough, but I definitely think the last thing you should do is just have a bad attitude, blame your teammates, do this, do this, do that, rah. I hate it here. But take it as a learning opportunity and like have approach it with a mindset of I want to improve and I love playing people stronger than me because it really shows the areas that I'm lacking in. So by having that mindset, you're just like you're so much more willing and open to improving yourself, improving your play, improving the team chemistry between all you guys. And let me just say, Ferris State Splatoon from Ferris State University. Were you guys restricted from making a team name for yourself? So you just like slapped on Ferris State? Like Crab and Go. That's an interesting name. I would have never guessed it. You people are from Houston. I would have thought you guys were from a more crabby state like Boston. I mean Massachusetts, or like Maine or Florida. But
Don't
Crab
forget
and Go.
Alaska.
I think. Oh, Alaska. That's a good one.
Do we
Yeah,
have any schools from Alaska? That'd be insane. I highly
probably
doubt we
not.
do.
They're too busy fighting
They're too
global
busy
warming.
crab fishing. That's why.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Anyways, I think like the thesis of this game, Crab and Go. You guys have like a great. You got like a great set of like mechanics and game sense for your division. Like, you guys are sitting pretty. Fantastic showing for you guys. Ferris State, keep your heads up. There's plenty of season left. I'm sure you guys can come back and do some great stuff in later qualifiers.
yeah,
Otherwise, any other final thoughts, or are we good to sign off?
Crab and Go, butter up. I'll be there in 5.
Fantastic. Well, okay, at this point, we should probably mention that this is the end of our first block of this stream. So this will be the last you see of myself and Mewtwo. Mewtwo, do you have any shameless plugging to do? Go on.
Subscribe to Real Mewtwo on Twitter and also Best SPL Map Mode on Twitter as well.
Duly noted. Go support this guy. He's an absolute joy. As for myself, I don't do a lot of social media, but I do have a YouTube channel called Aniko Nikki. I haven't uploaded to it in 3 months. Forgive me, my computer is falling apart. However, there's a lot of old Collegiate Cephalopod VODs on there back when I used to compete in CCA. So if you like the stuff you see on this stream, you'll probably like some of the old stuff I used to make. Otherwise, go subscribe to CCA on Twitch and YouTube and all that junk. They do wonderful stuff for us. Shoutouts to our lovely producer, Omazen. And stay tuned for the second block of the stream, where you'll get 2 new casters and a bunch of other great games to watch. Until then,
2 new
take it easy,
casters,
y'all.
but they're not me. They're not me. Don't keep me here. Keep me here. I know. Keep me here. I deserve here. This is my spot. I don't know if I'm ever gonna have a second chance after this. Please just let me here. Please. I'm brown.
Omazen, please cut to intermission.
now taking some chances there, and it all ends with the colon 3 on the pencil, taking care of Love Bullet. Cactus, what did I just see?
We just saw blow for blow for blow for blow. I mean, these players have definitely tons of clips now that they just got on these other teams, especially a nice bomb splat there. Players not too wary of where these bombs are landing, as you could just roll them across the ground. Suction bombs will be thrown on the left side here, thankfully scared some players away. Dreammore is going to have a Booyah bomb ready, and mind you, they are on the defensive side now. They do have some points they have to build up. Now, with 2 minutes left on the clock, Azuka is going to be ready by Vespa to try to retaliate with that. Love Bullet trying to fight on the side, gets one. Can they find another, or will they have to try to stay alive? They don't find that pick. 2 players down for Golden Barracudas. Vespa might look to try to push this tower just a little bit more if they can find the right spacing.
Alrighty, Golden Barracudas so far not quite as good as they would have liked because they did, but it's still very much closer. We have returned to the battle state that I've been seeing throughout this whole set, but Golden Barracudas does still have what it takes. I do want to see more from that aggressive Forge Pro. I do think that is a weapon that they can use extremely well here, especially here on Shamans. You can expect I'm expecting this Forge Pro to go straight forward. Yeah, right here. They're going straight forward and goes for the pick. Now here comes the flank. Oh, it's actually going to be a Booyah that comes out first. There is a heavy edit that's in big danger here, but Dreamer goes down instead.
Wow, I can't believe that Edit was able to get out in time. Zuka's going to take out the Slosher by Grace. Great pick there. Love Bullets launching their Zuka just to try to take mid. They will find one player as well. Down goes the Pencil, but Cooler was popped out in time. Golden Barracudas is going to be coolered up and ready to come back. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Vespa's holding strong defense here in mid.
Awesome work here from Enter Salmon, who are still holding on to the lead. They will close the set. They won't close the set, but they will be leading and winning the set if they can take this one out. But Golden Barracuda is still proving to be very challenging to work with here. Love Bullet now in trouble with Dreamer here. Dreamer currently taking a 2v1 there. Almost dangerous for that. Almost dangerous for Dreamer, who now gets a pick on that one shot. Partially damaged by that Booyah bomb. But Grace now. See what Grace can do. 2, 3 go down. Golden Barracudas has one more left. Holding onto the tower, but Ender Salmon it's not. It's Golden Barracudas who sneaks one by in game 2 to tie the set.
What? The slap up to finish off the whole team as they all died for tower. There's no way. What?
Okay, now we gotta start talking about how I'm always wrong with how I analyze games after the set. Because the first set was like, oh, well, nobody's doing anything. And now the second set's like, oh, well, now everybody's doing everything. Forge Pro is sending it down the side. Grace here is playing for their life, almost literally. Here's Colin 3, the only one alive. It's sure to look like a mess here. If you took a screenshot of that, it looks like a mess. One bomb. Wipe out. Golden Barracudas wins. This script's here to prove me wrong.
Dude.
Every time.
I mean, that was like... first of all, they gotta thank latency there, because that jump should not have made it there in time. That jump was still like... By the time the Pencil went down, that jump was maybe a couple frames away from landing before the other players on Vespa were even already on the tower. I mean, talk about luck there, and throwing the splat bomb just to move over a couple inches over for the full wipeout of the team. I mean, wow. We got a match on our hands.
That's something meta doesn't teach you. But, like, I gotta say, that is not how I expected the match to end. Because again, we're looking at 3 players here. Grace has the flank, has the blind spot almost. Goes down though. Here comes Colin 3, the only one left. There's 3 people in front of him. This doesn't end in a wipeout unless that bomb comes out. And all of a sudden, this is a completely different game with a completely different result. Game 3, I don't know what happens now. I just don't know anymore.
What happens now, Nito? We go to Game 3, Splats on Dumami, with both teams now at the edge of their seats, one game away from winning the set.
Okay, no mate. Oh, actually, no. There's a Nautilus.
Okay.
So that's the player who had the Forge Pro earlier, and Enter Salmon making no major changes here. So I mean, they worked out very. That comp works out very, very well until the end there, which is just a very spectacular move again. But Enter Salmon currently not the first one at the zone, but Golden Barracuda's first one at the lead.
Yeah, I mean, they're fired up too. I mean, look how aggressive these players are playing. They know they're not out for the count yet. The Sam gets canceled. Zuka's trying to find another on the side. We'll find another, and it's going to be Vespa fighting for that zone back.
And the Salmon still proving to be very contentious here. Dreamer going down. Love Bullet contributes to an assist there. Shaman's able to clean that up with the Killer Whale. Maybe even a Bamboo there, but Dreamer going down as well. Shaman, excellent job with this Bamboo, but McDonald Lover pulling now at the Stamp. Not enough goes down as well. I mean, Molden, Enter Salmon, and Golden Barracudas are coming to this match with everything on the line, so they just decided we're going to leave it all behind and we're going to see what happens. Let's just see, where do we go?
Yeah, I mean, talk about a great Zuka play there. Another Zuka on the side, finding one, finding two. Love Bullet, it's on a record right now of trying to find these picks in a row. Can they find on the Wiper? Yes, they will. Nito, they find a trade.
No, you're kidding me. Okay, now this is I like to describe these matches as team deathmatch matches because all of a sudden we're not worried about the objective is a side quest. We're just worried about who team gets the most picks at this rate because both of these teams are trading off every single time. Grizzco is down, so you could probably actually both of these teams already one player from each side has already gone down. Once McDonald Lover gets a pick, you can expect Bobo to get that pick possibly, but McDonald Lover holds on. And Golden Barracudas holding on to the zone for now. Will they hold on long enough to get the lead? We're going to see really quickly here. But both of these teams have just been teeing off on one another. It's amazing that we've actually gotten a lead change here.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Barracuda's holding on now, getting that lead back that they originally had at the start of the game. These players are kind of scrapping around, right? Trying to find opportunities. There's another Zuka by Love Bullet, finding one. Zuka followed again by Grace. Can they find the Wiper? No, they can't. A trade goes off to the side. It's going to be 2 players down for Golden Barracuda. Make that pretty much 3. A delayed wipeout. Vespa, Enter Salmon can now take back of the zone. And they're going to try to hold this pressure fast as we're going to see the Bamboo already poking pretty fast, pretty forward. Looking to see if find another pick as the Whale's going to come out to track these players, make sure they know where they're going for their teammates.
It's not going to take. It hasn't taken them long to get rid of those penalty points, which they've already done. Enter Salmon now has a few more points to cover, but the Bubbler coming in very useful for Golden Barracudas. Enter Salmon still trading blows here. It's actually not Bullet that gets that big, but they did contribute to it. 3 players already down for Golden Barracudas. There needs to be another pick for Enter Salmon, but XV holds on. I mean, this is still back and forth, neck and neck as much as it can be. XV tries to pop the bubbler there, but it's not enough. Enter Salmon currently enters lead.
We have another lead change again. These teams are going trade for trade here for zone. McDonald Lover gets 2, but gets picked off with the trade by Love Bullet. They're fighting to hold on that zone. Can Golden Barracudas hold it, or will be Vespa trying to fight for it again to continue their lead? Golden Barracudas takes it back, puts on some penalty points, and they're going to try to hold on. But no, it's not over, though. The players of Vespa are holding on, fighting with all they got in the last minute of this game to try to hold on to the zone and get it back to build up the penalty points. The jub's going to come on in. Shaman barely misses those last couple of shots. They're still not in the lead. They turn their back and get it popped off by the Pencil or the Nautilus. They're just trading side for side, zone for zone. No one can fully cap it until finally Golden Barracuda takes it again.
I mean, there's nothing for me to say here. They're both playing like this is Division 2 Grand Finals, and it may as well be. I mean, with how these teams are teeing off and fighting against one another, fighting like their playoff lives depend on it, even though this is just the first circuit qualifier. and Ender Salmon currently holding on to the zone. They have to keep. There's nothing else to do here. They have to just ensure they can stay back and keep their numbers. But they've already lost 3 players. Golden Barracudas are going to hold on to this probably long enough to go into overtime. And they have 10 seconds left on the clock. Love Bullet being forced to back up here, but Golden Barracudas holding on to the zone. I noticed them having 2 players, one on each zone, and I wonder how they're going to come up with that. Or I wonder how they're going to keep that right now, because they certainly just need one zone to hold on to make sure Westbrook can't return here.
That's right, Nino. There goes all of their penalty points. Golden Barracudas just have to hold on to both zones. We're reaching down the energy, the overtime that stops them from being able to go forward, but they barely get it back. But both zones are being painted. 2 players went down. Golden Barracudas couldn't hold on any longer. Vespa Enter Salmon takes the win away. 2-1. The final round of Swiss.
Oh. Man,
wow.
Characters, is it? No. This has to be cool. And our block on overtime in Splat Zone's Umami. Again, this time we're commentating. The last time we're freaking playing. I mean, this. I don't know if I can say this. I think Umami Ruins is just a cursed map for me. I can't really. But. I wanted more overtime. I'm gonna be honest. I
don't blame you. I mean, just look at this overtime, right? I mean, look at this replay. It looked like Golden Barracudas was gonna fight so hard to get this back, and I'm curious as to how all these players went down. We see the pencil head went down before. McDonald Lover dives onto the bamboo, but gets picked off as well, and then the junior gets picked off on the other zone through the bubble. Dreammore can only hold on as a Nautilus by themselves for so much without getting outpainted by 3 other players. Man, that was just a recipe for Vespa to take it all with those 1v1 plays, 1v1 fights, and they did so just very beautifully. Only an 18-point game difference, but I'm sorry, 16 as the overtime was still playing, but man, it felt like that game was going on forever.
I'm already tired. I mean, I think honestly, you couldn't have asked for a better set to end our commentary block on. We had 3-0s over and over, and then we get into a 2v1. That's all KOs, and this one ends at the very at least 2 games went to overtime. You don't see that too often.
No. Not between teams that are fighting for it all, right? Fighting for as many points as they can grab. I mean, both these teams were 1 and 2 going into this final round, hoping that they could snag away another win. And by goodness, they put on a show. They poured their heart out for this set. I mean, talk about the 6.5-7-minute Clan Blitz game in the beginning to an insane tower control pushback that ended in a splat bomb quad practically, and almost an incredible reversal for a zones overtime. I mean, each game pretty much pushing for that overtime. That was incredible.
Oh man. Well, as I mentioned earlier, that is going to be it for us at the commentary booth. I will finally be freed from this rectangle. But of course, don't change the channel yet, because at the other side of this commentary swap, we're gonna have the top cut from Division 1 on stream. Got a fresh set of commentators waiting for y'all on this commentary oven we've got. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. But as for us, it's gonna be time to head out. So
give a huge thank you to you being a goated commentary partner. A huge shout out to production, especially Vapor right now, being able to handle all the stream overlays, the replays, the overhead gameplay. I mean, putting in the work. I always love being able to come and, in a sense, guest star on these CCA commentary block streams. But as Nino said, gotta make our way out of here. So you can find me on all social medias, pretty much at Glitch Cactus, as it says. Hold on, am I looking right there? Yeah, right there. From all social medias, from the Twitters, the Blue Skies, the YouTubes, the Twitches, all there. And also on my podcast with Productions, the Cactus Patch. But Nino, where can we find you?
Yeah, first of all, I was gonna say you do have a podcast coming in, or at least a pre-show coming in tomorrow. So
That's correct.
I'll see you there. And you'll see me at Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky, all under Nito and Use. So this little handle you see at the bottom is basically what I use for everything. And if you want to find me, I'm hungry. I'm probably grab for dinner. I'll do that then. I'll grab dinner. That sounds good.
Grab dinner you will. But from Nito and I, that does it for our commentary block. Don't go anywhere. More CCA action coming your way with some fresh commentators.
Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No. Who am I to let you down? Down, down. If you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise control. Switching in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
Get ready for the next battle, ladies and gentlemen, Zaydems, and everyone else in between. My name is SPF Gargoyle, coming at you live here at the CCA to bring you the second half of our premier circuit. Now, before I get too ahead of myself right now, I am joined by a very good friend of mine.
Yes, thank you, Dark. DRF bringing it home with you all as well, alongside Dark for the inaugural CCA Circuit Qualifier. This has been such a long time coming. There's been, we estimate, over 1,000 staff hours have been put into making this circuit a reality, and now we are 2.5 hours into today's games, and we're just now in top 16. Dark and I will be bringing you all of the Division 1 coverage. You can head on over to our YouTube channel for all of the Division 2 coverage of the top cut. And we are going to be getting started this top cut with Splatscad Black Team taking on the GMU Patriots, two teams that have really established themselves last year.
Most definitely, I will agree with that. The GMU Patriots, I have a little bit of a bias towards because I'm personally very good friends with one of their players, but as well as just having seen their first game of the last season, the very first game of that season, I had to, and they did a phenomenal job. I have very high expectations for them, and we know Splatscad Black. They are a tried and true top level team here in the CCA, so I also expect very good things here. And already a weapon I very much love and just very much enjoy is seeing the range blaster come out.
Ooh, yeah. So this is a couple of fun compositions, relatively safe picks as well. So definitely tried and true that we have seen at all different levels. But it's going to be that Stamper Nouveau that stands out the most to me here, just as kind of the very slight oddball pick in a meta-filled lobby.
Ooh, and it's just back and forth concentrate out in mid already. Splatscad did go a few players down before GMU Patriots were able to get that Rainmaker, and they were able to run back already, but it just wasn't fast enough as now. GMU Patriots has a Trip Strikes, has the Rainmaker, and they took that Rainmaker to the first checkpoint already on top of 2 extra players knocked out. Make that 3!
Oh, and GMU gonna possibly get some big points on the board. That Booyah Bomb beautifully timed, though, to prevent a massive scoring push. And now this Rainmaker is going to be stalled at 61 points remaining. It's going to be GMU picking it up once again. Going to take this one just a little bit slower, seeing if they could ride the tails of this Kraken. But next, getting pushed really far back. This is basically a delayed wipe here. They need to go with this now. They will, finding it all the way up to the ramp, but getting caught by some mist. 19 points remaining. A beautiful, slow and steady push out of GMU Patriots.
First minute and a half in that game and you take it down to 19, that's a very, very solid push from GMU Patriots as Slatscat are forcing this Rainmaker to reset and get out of their side of the map in order to try and recuperate some of the damage that has been caused. But GMU is holding their ground. They have their Rainmaker already marching back to the other side of the map. Slatscat just struggling to try and flush them out as best they can, but no, it can't be done with the trade out with the 10 attack, not the 10 attack, the V-shot and the pencil. But 3 goes down and a wipeout!
Ooh, that might do it. Typhlosion trying to make a move there, not able to get it. Demolaw gets the pop, but it's a lot of orange ink around this pedestal. Splatscat Black holding on for dear life, trying to clear everybody out. Finally does so. A couple of jumps coming in as well, but that's gonna do it for this push. GMU Patriots, a nearly 2.5 minute push to just bring this Rainmaker all the way down to 1 point remaining. Dark, you really can't get much better than that, especially on Scorch Rainmaker.
Taking it down to just 1 point remaining, that is a legitimate knockout scenario for Splatscat in order to win this. If they want to take this game right here, right now, they gotta have to take that Rainmaker to the final checkpoint. With how aggressive, how forward GMU Patriots have been so far, that's gonna be a bit of a tough task for them. As Splatscat are just trying to make some leverage, make some room for them to actually get this push going, but GMU Patriots just holding their ground and not letting them through.
Yeah, but Kitsune's doing a great job right now of holding down the back line, even as a Stamper player, to get their teammates to jump back in. So fantastic preservation of life there. It's going to allow Splatscat Black to, despite going 3 down, they're holding control of mid. And the only enemy they have right now is the clock, because they're doing a great job of answering. They just need to, get into the right places at the right time and do it as fast as possible.
Right now, the position is definitely in favor for GMU Patriots. They have all the tempo in the world to play with right now. 2 minutes, not 2 minutes, a minute 20 seconds remaining. With that, such a huge lead, with Splatscat barely even getting 2 points on the board, they can play however aggressively they want, however defensively they want. They can stall it out. They have all these options in front of them for how to play out this game with the remainder final minute. And Splatscat is trying to break through their defenses to see exactly what's going to be their next play as we get a trade out on that first checkpoint. But no, the GMU Patriots keeps those momentum going.
Man, Nex continues to make some big plays here. Oh, and the Rainmaker goes down. 40 seconds to play. It is not looking good for Splatscat Black in this particular game. Kitsune once again being the last one up there, and now gonna go down. It's 30 seconds to go, and GMU Patriots has a lot of specials in their arsenal, and it is just GMU Patriots trying to wait for this clock to expire so they can claim game 1.
Yes, most definitely. Time is ticking right now, and you do not have a lot of time to play with if you're Splatscat Black. As we head to the final 10 seconds counter, GMU Patriots is just off and taking the Rainmaker back as far back as they go. Like any potential possibility for a last-minute surprise, giving this first game to the GMU Patriots.
Wow, what a convincing game out of George Mason University. They did a wonderful job of just keeping the pressure up, like you said, Dark. It just did not seem like they were backing off on the gas at all. They were going to just keep pushing that Rainmaker. And finally, when they did get a little bit of pushback, they really just held it down around that pedestal. And Splatscat Black never even got to sniff the pedestal.
It's just a monumental just aggressive push from GMU Patriots heading into a just bastion of absolute defense from them. StatScat, as good as they have it in the past, they just couldn't break through what GMU brought today. And he couldn't even get past that first checkpoint. It was such a just wonderful thing to see from GMU Patriots side. Not so if you're fans from the StatScat Black side of this match today, but it's such a dominant opening.
Egg Spaghetti versus the RIT Orange Kois. Egg Spaghetti hailing from University of California at Berkeley, and the RIT Orange Kois heading from Rochester Institute of Technology.
Yes, definitely. Both of these are really exciting and really good teams. Of course, good enough to make Division II top cut, which is definitely not easy. Looking at things here, I'm seeing that the Egg Spaghetti went 3-1 in the group stage here, and RT Orange Kois went 2-2. So both teams getting a couple of wins. Both teams have a couple wins. Neither of them being undefeated. They know attrition. We're gonna go in, and I think we have a really fun match coming ahead of us.
Absolutely. Both of these teams have proved themselves both inside and outside of the CCA. I just remember the RIT Orange Kois making gold cut in a recent low-level tournament, and Egg Spaghetti also in the CCA, getting a notable result with a second place finish in Division 3 last season. So both of these teams have quite the experience under their belt and should make for a really exciting match.
Yes, definitely. And this is, and since this is bracket round 1, this is gonna be a best of 3 set. But we are using the strikeout system here in this bracket. So it's a best of 3. The map list has 6 maps, but 2 of them will be struck by if a team does not want to play this certain map mode, they do not have to play it. Which personally, I'm a big fan of this system. I think I think it adds a lot of strategy to the way matches are played, allows teams to assess their strengths and weaknesses and really just take advantage of like how they want to play and against their opponent in particular if they have some like advanced scouting.
Absolutely. And being able to see these teams, as you said, basically at their best using the strikeout system is going to be something that's really interesting to see moving forward, because maybe there's a map that you don't feel super confident on, and maybe you feel, oh, this route is unfair, maybe the choke point we don't really like, we can't seem to wrap our heads around, but we can do well on these maps, so we can select those instead. And moving forward is going to bring a whole new level of depth and just will really elevate the playing field going forward in the CCA.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And speaking of that map list, the 5 that are here for bracket round 1 is Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge, Clamblitz, Inkblot Art Academy, Tower Control on Mako Mart, Blat Zones on Ship Shape Cargo Co., and Rainmaker on Manta Maria. Do any of these stick out to you in particular, Refi?
Just going over them, I definitely think that the Ship Shape Cargo Co. is the one that I'm most paying attention to, because it can be very divisive in terms of lockouts, so we could potentially see that one getting striked. I'm also interested in the Manta Maria pick. Now, Rainmaker is a little bit divisive in this game because there aren't a whole lot of routes, so it'll be interesting to see if that stays or goes, but I know that Manta Maria is generally a map that people in the community generally like, so if I were to hazard a guess, I would say that Manta Maria would be here to stay, but we could potentially see a Ship-Shaped Cargo Co. strike, given how lockout heavy it is, and it can also be a tad bit linear at times.
Yeah, definitely. I also think Rainmaker Manta Maria is one to keep an eye on, because Rainmaker is the one mode in this map list that is repeated twice, and Scorch Gorge Rainmaker is a pretty popular map for Rainmaker, so I could see that potentially being struck, or if one of these teams feels they're particularly good, feels that they're particularly good at Rainmaker, they could try to keep both Rainmaker matches in here to try to get it in twice for the best of 3.
Absolutely, and we're gonna see just that striking system is going to also alter, as you said, potentially alter the amount and the proportions of different game modes that we're going to see. For example, as you said, if a team loves Rainmaker, they're going to aim to keep the Rainmaker as much as they want. Keep it in the map pool, that is. And, if you like zones, you want to not strike zones. And it'll definitely show how these teams' different playstyles sort of adapt and how different teams play into their strengths and weaknesses. For example, if you're in tower control and you have a lot of AoE weapons, then you're going to look to potentially not strike tower control. A lot of different mechanics and a lot of different dynamic moving parts, which is going to be really exciting to see.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, you pretty much perfectly outlined the reasonings as for why I love the strikeout system so much. It just really adds a whole other strategic element to things. And actually, it looks like we're actually going to be taking a quick break here to pivot sets. We're running into a little bit of difficulties with setting up the match here, but stay tuned. We will still be bringing you some very exciting CCA Circuit Division 2 bracket matches.
Okay, stop telling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the CCA's first ever qualifier for the CCA Circuit. I am Riffy, here joined by Cygnus.
Hello, Riffy. Once again, how are you doing?
I'm doing awesome right now, knowing that we have a really exciting Division 3 match going on right now between Turnpike from, I believe, New Jersey Institute of Technology and Penn State University's FishFishFishFish.
Love that name. Love that name coming from PSU. And yeah, these are two very exciting teams. Now we are here in Division 3 bracket round 2. In fact, so definitely very exciting here as these matches have serious stakes. It's still a best of three winner advances to semis, loser goes home. It's an exciting game, and here once again this is a best of 3 striking two maps. We have Clamblitz, Barnacle, and Dime, Tower Control, Manta Maria, Flat Zones, Marlin Airport, Rainmaker, Robo Ramen, and Clamblitz on Mako Mart. And I am seeing that the map strikes have already come in as Turnpike has chosen to get rid of Tower Control on Manta Maria, and PSU FishFishFishFish has gotten rid of Clamblitz on Mako Mart.
That means I believe we will be starting with Clamblitz on Barnacle and Dime, which personally I feel like is a very divisive mode, centered a lot around getting around that choke point elbow. But if you're able to, have the special power of the Force to be able to get through it, then you will be able to just out your opponent and be able to get the win. And I am currently seeing an undercover Brella coming out from Penn State's Arctan.
Hey, if you believe in a weapon that much, all power to you and go for it. I'm very excited to see what this undercover Brella does. And we're seeing some other interesting weapons as well, such as I'm seeing the Vanilla Splat Charger with the Ink Vacuum coming on the side of Turnpike, along with a Tri-Stringer. So some very exciting weapon picks. Teams are getting started already. Already players are going down left and right here. As multiple players were down on each side, already starting to respawn in. We're getting fights right off the bat. This match is already exciting as we're seeing Fish already with a 4v2 advantage coming in with the power clams.
What a way to start this off for Fish. Unfortunately going 2 down, so their push will have to be halted at the moment as Turnpike is going to bring out the Ink Strikes as currently heated right now, standing around the stack of Turnpike, as it looks like the rest of Turnpike is going to be able to find some picks and reset this back to neutral, potentially giving them an advantageous situation.
Yeah, that pick on their treating power claim especially was key, although we are seeing the undercover Brella was causing a bit of a distraction in up front, but the slot machine there was able to get rid of it as Fish are two down, starting to respawn as Turnpike is playing very patiently. They're gathering clams, not overextending too far up, playing a nice patient defensive game, and they seem pretty content to let the opponents come to them right now in the first half of this game.
Absolutely. As we see Turnpike's junior player, just Inkblot, just being able to bubble, throw as many bombs as they can, just play it safe as much as possible. Unfortunately, going down to the bomb. That'll be, it'll be 2 versus 2 now, as Turnpike will have a member respawning in, jumping back in. But the Reslider coming out from Arctan will be able to put on some pressure, as we are currently in a 4v4 right now, as it looks like we're back in a semi-neutral state, but yep, still pretty much neutral as it's a 3v3, but Turnpike getting some picks, Fish getting some picks, as not one team has really been super dominant in the first half of this game, Cygnus.
Yeah, definitely. With like how wide open the middle of the map is, that makes sense. It's like really hard to gain too much ground. Like you have to be really careful not to overcommit, and I think that's what these teams are trying to be extra careful of. You just more so than necessarily getting picks. I think you really want to get like a really good positional advantage where you could like keep the opponent back from that mid area, so you could just take the space and have just more control over the clam economy, which it's been tough, which both these teams have been just struggling to do, as they're both playing a pretty similar game plan right now, with their backlines applying a lot of pressure. Although I am seeing Turnpike is 2 down, they're 3 down. If FishFishFish has 3 specials at the ready, they just need to gather the clams needed. They had 15. You want to see them pulling them together to make a power clam. Looks like they're starting to do it. Deeded having 7. Now he has 8. Coming in for the first score of the game. Artan is still holding on to that reef slider, saving it for the perfect moment as FishFishFish are scoring a lot of points. They got it past that important 60-point mark. Now it's going to take more than 2 power clams for Turnpike to get the tie here.
Reaching that, as you mentioned, Cygnus, getting that 2 clam lead is really essential for FishFishFish, because now Turnpike, they're going to have to find 2 power clams, or they're going to have a lot more of the smaller clams, and that's going to be really difficult in making sure that your opponents don't know where you are, because again, those power clams will reveal where you are, and if you need 2 of those, then that could spell a little bit of trouble for Turnpike. But Turnpike getting a pick, Sun, getting a nice splat onto one of the members of FishFishFish, as we see Turnpike now with the special advantage, looking to potentially make a push here.
Yeah, definitely. Turnpike holding on to both the big bubbler and the ink vacuum, 2 specials that are really good for defense. Just nice when you have the lead. You're seeing the bubbler being deployed on Turnpike's side of mid as the FishFish go 3 down. And now this is going to be Turnpike's chance. They have a power clam rushing in. They have clams. They're protecting with the ink vac coming towards the defenders of FishFish. And the barrier is broken. And 2 down on FishFish once again.
Will they have enough clams? Gabe, going in. I don't know. It's going to be a tie. Gabe, looking for a potential jump. They just need one more at this point, but they're going to get found out. And it looks like this first game is going to go to PSU FishFishFish.
Yeah, that was Bubble Wrap and Clue getting those key picks up on the members of Turnpike who are far up, while the other members were stuck all the way over on their own side of the map, just desperately trying to find any clams before the opportunity for a super jump goes away. Really good effort there by Turnpike, sending it to overtime, and nice push with really good use of their specials. But in the end, PSU's team was just able to score just the right amount on their first push, and just took advantage of the one time Turnpike showed some weakness in their defense and was able to turn that into a Game 1 win.
Absolutely. It looked like PSU FishFishFish. I noticed that they were just able to get one pick after another, in just really quick succession, which is really nice, especially on a map like Clamblitz, Barnacle, and Dime, because you're going to need that quick burst of energy with a bunch of those picks at once. And overall, because of that, FishFishFish was able to get the win just by a hair.
Absolutely, just like you said, Riffy, and I'm definitely interested to see what they're going to be doing in our next game here on Splatzone's Marlin Airport. And with how tiny this zone is, I would not be surprised to see that undercover Brella make a return to try to reflight or cheese that zone.
Absolutely, and we could also potentially see one from Turnpike as well, because as you said, being able to cheese this zone is quite an important aspect of this, as, you know, if you're in overtime, you can just instantly negate any overtime that your teammate has. Not going to be seeing any slider from Turnpike, but FishFishFish going to be bringing out that undercover Brella, as you said, Cygnus.
Yeah, it looks like pretty the same comp on both sides. And honestly, Game 1 was so even, it's kind of hard to tell what to expect here. I just feel, as we see here, Turnpike very momentarily takes the initial control, getting the first 2 points, and they will get it again. They're going to Bob trying to flush out that bow, as they're getting a lot of picks. That's a bit of a staggered 3 down there on PSU's side, as members of Turnpike are able to momentarily get good position up on top of Turnpike's bunker. But the tri-strikes coming from PSU will put them back will get them now in control of the zone as they try to counter.
And it looks like Turnpike is going to be able to find 3 picks. The Booyah Bomb will be thrown as Turnpike going to have a very important defensive special, that Ink Vacuum. You definitely do not want to underestimate that. Even though it may not place as high on tier list, it can be devastating over a splat zone just because it can control the objective for so long. As we see her Gabe going to be pushing up aggressively, going to be finding the pick onto the bow. As currently it's a 3v3 situation, Arctan going to be forcing out the Ink Vacuum as it looks like this zone is going to be still in the favor of Turnpike, as Arctan is right on top of the fan of Turnpike, as Stormcoder now going to be contending with Arctan, but Arctan is still alive, as Gabe is going to be the next one to try and fight them, will find the pick, as the zone will eventually flip over to FishFishFishFish.
Yeah, Gabe is doing a great job so far getting those picks, and as we saw with the Ink Vacuum coming from Sun, Reslider's not the only special that can choose a splat zone, and I really like Turnpike's approach earlier, just with being aggressive and focusing on taking down the tri-stringer before anyone else on a map like this with the zone so small and a high ground overlooking it. Taking out the backline is so important here. As we see PSU now taking the lead with a nice sustained push, we're seeing Arctan using the Reslider to get a really important pick on Gabe, and Sun is forced all the way back, having to try to get back into position as Stormcoder's Booyah Bomb is trying to get to get the offending PSU members out of their area so they can get ready to regroup. But Clue's Brush is able to come in and get a nice trade with the advantage. Very good trade for PSU. As they still maintain control of the zone, they're staggering this advantage out, looking to secure the set win. 3, 2, 1, it's done. PSU FishFish takes the set 2-0 to advance to the Division 3 semifinals.
What excellent aggression that was from the side of Penn State. We saw the Undercover Bella, and especially we saw Clue's Octobrush really being able to use that area of effect ability that the Octobrush has to just completely shut down that retake area that Turnpike really needed to control. And as the set is 2-0, don't let that score fool you, because there were definitely some great moments from Turnpike there. For example, I'm just thinking that one last push they had at the end on Clams, Barnacle, and Dime. That is a very tricky map to try and get a push going, because, again, it's very linear, but even though the Turnpike did eventually go home in this match, it showed that they definitely have potential looking up into the next qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. I felt Turnpike overall played a really sound game. They got good, effective use out of their specials, and they had a really strong team defense for a majority of both matches. I mean, really, both of PSU's wins, I felt, came from their aggression being able to come out at just the exact right moment to capitalize on, like, pretty much the only lapses Turnpike had in the entire set. It was just really sound set played by both teams, and I would not have been surprised to see this even to have gone to Game 3, or even possibly been. It could have even been a 2-0 for Turnpike, but that's not how it is, and it's PSU FishFish that is advancing to the Division 3 semifinals.
Yep, and as we are looking on to our potential next match, I believe our next match will be featuring the Goomies from Virginia Commonwealth University. Just looking around here, 1 second. It looks like we will be seeing the Goomies go up against either the Wave Riders or A-State Black from Arkansas State University. Wave Riders hailing from Cal Poly Pomona. So, definitely going to be a very exciting match moving forward. We've already seen some excellent Splatoon so far, so I'm super hyped to see what's going to happen next.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very excited to see what we have next here in the Division 3 playoffs. But for now, we'll be coming with a game soon, and we will be right back after a quick break.
start falling, falling, falling. 'Cause we'll start falling.
Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? Down, if you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you?
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the CCA's first ever qualifier for the CCA Circuit. I'm Riffy, joined by Cygnus. Welcome back.
Yes, hello once again. We are coming at you live with the Division 3 semifinals between the Goomies from VCU and the Wave Riders from Cal Poly Panama. This will be a very exciting match between two very strong teams here in bracket round 3. Once again, this is a best of 3 match with two matches being striked, and here on the map list we have Tower Control on Hagglefish Market, Flat Zone's Umami Ruins, Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track, Clamblitz on Scorch Gorge, and Tower Control on Sturgeon Shipyard. And in our strikes, we had the Goomies striking Tower Control Sturgeon, while the Wave Riders opted to get rid of Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. What are your thoughts about the 3 maps we're going to be seeing here today, Riffy?
Definitely the map that stands out to me the most is the Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track, because it is just such a unique map with a lot of rich and unique CCA history behind it. Being able to use the terrain around it makes it especially interesting, and having to fight through the elbow section of pushing the Rainmaker is something that's, I wouldn't say unique, but is something that's very much a challenge, and definitely sets apart the good teams from the great teams.
Yeah, definitely. I'm wondering if that elbow might have something to do with the Wave Riders' decision to strike that map. I'm personally looking very forward to seeing Clamblitz on Scorch Gorge. See how teams deal with kind of like having both the front and back way to approach with a power climb to score. Obviously, the ramp is a lot more common, but you also definitely, it's also very effective to push through the back end. It's one of my personal favorite map mode combinations in the game, and I'm interested to see how these teams approach that.
100% Cygnus. As you said, being able to have those sort of 2 separate options to be able to push is very interesting, because you can take the traditional route where you have your entire team go up the elbow, or you could potentially have maybe an ink brush or similar highly mobile weapon move around and being able to take that great section. And it's definitely very interesting to see that dynamic, especially in a game like Splatoon 3, where being able to distract from one angle and have your team follow up on another is oftentimes a very impactful strategy, even if it isn't always an option.
Definitely, yeah. That's why I find it one of the most interesting map modes. Also, I think Splat Zone's Umami Ruins will be very interesting to see how teams play around the upper area in the middle of the zone. Is sure to be highly contested, and each team has those domes. If one of those teams can take the opposing take the dome on the opposing team's side of the field, I think that's where we're going to see some really important battles fought on that map as well.
Absolutely. And also take into account the fact that Umami Ruins got a mini rework, so we could potentially see a bit of strategies from what we're used to as we're going to Tower Control on Hagglefish Market, as we are going to get to see the comps load up.
Yeah, as we're starting off here looking at the comps, couple maps earlier than we brought up, but there's that ink brush that we're seeing on the side of the Wave Riders. This is the Goomies in orange and Wave Riders in blue here, as right away I am seeing the vanilla Range Blaster are being played on the side of Wave Riders here. An extremely good weapon for tower control, as the teams are jockeying for position. Neither of them going for the tower quite yet, but Wave Riders already going 2 down. Rare getting in some nice work on that heavy edit splatling, and that is a wipeout. Goomies are taking the tower and moving on up.
Definitely interested to see how the Goomies use that double slosher comp that they have. That's going to be a lot of area of effect to make a lot of impact on this notoriously difficult switchback section. if they're able to make it, but it looks like Goomies going to be going 3 down, so they're not going to be able to reach that switchback section just yet, as currently that last member of the Goomies on the Zap fighting, going to be getting the tacticooler. Very important, very nicely gotten, as we are back in a 4v4 situation in neutral.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, given the aggressive comps we're seeing, I think good use of Tacticooler is going to be really important, as it tends to be in Splatoon 3. That was a nice double there, and as we're seeing Nemo and Wave Riders are trying to make a play, unfortunately getting caught by Rear's edit once again, as Bubble is also coming back in, having a Booyah Bomb at the ready. The Booyah Bomb and a Crab Tank. Goomies are very well equipped to stop tower pushes right now, which I think is why we're seeing Wave Riders hanging back, trying to draw out those specials. As you saw, the Booyah Bomb attempted to go, but Bubble picking up a nice double, and that is now moving up that right flank along with Jay, as Wave Riders are barely able to take momentum and are quickly being caught on the back foot against the Goomies' aggression.
Absolutely, but now it looks like the Goomies are going 3 members down yet again. Make that a delayed wipeout, as now the Wave Riders, they're going to have potentially a special advantage here. They're going to be having the Tacticooler, which again, very important special to have here, as this is can be a very aggressive mode, as looks like ANW going to be popping the whale, going to be canceled. Here come the tri-strikes, as it looks like Goomies going to be answering back quite quickly, as it's currently a 4v4 yet again. Goomies going to be having the Crab Tank. These two go down on the side of the Wave Riders.
Yeah, definitely. Wave Riders were looking good to make a nice push, especially with those tri-strikes. Unfortunately, lately, with them going 3 down right as the tri-strikes started to be activated, all that was inevitably able to do was just slow out the tower enough, as we're seeing the Goomies have passed by that extremely important first checkpoint and gotten to the second checkpoint at 40 points remaining, where they're past that shelf. It's an extremely important point. Bubble with some really good aggression, just getting deep in enemy lines there, just being such a nuisance. Wave Riders are 2 down again, and they just really need to just take some space and get some specials to try to retake. That tower is coming in quick, already at checkpoint 3, but Wave Riders are fighting them off for it.
Jay going down after finding a pick onto the Wave Riders, but Goomies still have the player advantage, even though they did back up a bit. Good job playing it safely there, as it's going to be a 2v2 situation, as Bubble still going to be putting the gas pedal forward, as they're going to be able to find a pick. Can they find another on this spawn? They will be able to get direct, not a complete splat, but they're still going to be able to continue the pressure as the tri-strikes come out for the Wave Riders.
Yeah, definitely. And Bubble's just doing such a good job, just being seemingly everywhere. The enemies always having to watch out for them as they're getting the splat there, but they were able to stay alive for so long there, and that provides value, even if they're not necessarily even getting splats, because it just divides the enemy's attention so much for so much time. Although Wave Riders are getting up onto the perch that they're unfortunately going 2 down as they're approaching the second checkpoint. They're being overwhelmed, as we're seeing them just retreating onto that perch, playing right the tower. Great combo with the suction bomb though to get the Goomies 2 down, as we're at just under 20 seconds left now. Good use of the tri-strikes to push this. We might be seeing something here, as the Wave Riders are at checkpoint 2 now.
10 seconds remaining.
Down.
10 seconds remain on the clock, but it's going to be a 3 down situation for the Wave Riders. They're going to need to hop on the tower ASAP, but it looks like the Goomies, they're going to be able to keep it, as the Goomies take game 1.
That game was just such a whirlwind. I felt like, Goomies were in control for so long, and then Wave Riders made such a great push, and there's multiple times that I was like, Wave Riders look to be in really good position. I think they could turn this around, and then just all of a sudden, Goomies just get like a triple out of nowhere and just reasserted the aggressive dominance multiple times in that game. Very well played, with a very hyper aggressive comp with the double bucket and the cooler. Really well done from Goomies, and that played exactly to tower control strengths, I felt.
Absolutely. You saw, I noticed one moment in particular was Jay going in with the Booyah Bomb of the Goomies was just able to create an excellent distraction for the Wave Riders to have to deal with. And really, that was what was able to get them so many points. That was a large contributing factor in why they were able to just get so many points and ultimately why they were able to win the game.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I don't feel it's fair to talk about that game without talking about how good Bubble was on that slashing machine. Bubble was just everywhere, just dividing the enemy's attention and getting picks left and right. Got a couple doubles in the game, and just if I'm Wave Riders, watching out for that slashing machine is like almost priority number one, pretty much.
Absolutely. Bubble, as you mentioned earlier during the match, was just everywhere all at once. It was incredibly difficult for the Wave Riders to be able to deal with, given, you know, they were fighting one member at one moment, they were fighting another member of the Wave Riders at another moment, and the positioning of the Goomies was just on point, being able to aggressively position in ways that just kept the Wave Riders on their feet at 24/7.
Absolutely, yes. And here in our game two coming up, the Goomies are going to look to push their momentum from this game one win, and hopefully advance to the finals as we play on Splat Zone's Umami Ruins, which we were talking about. I think the Goomies could be really well positioned in here if they're able to use that aggression and take key areas on the enemy side, such as that dome. And I'm very interested to see what adjustments the Wave Riders make to deal with facing such an aggressive team.
Absolutely. Umami Ruins has definitely expanded in recent times, as there's a little bit more options in terms of the map's layout. And in my eyes, I believe that will favor the Goomies even more because, again, we just saw how aggressively they were able to play. But I believe that the Wave Riders could potentially have a solution in the Tri-Strikes. Tri-Strikes known for being very strong on zones, very strong in being able to retake, as we're going to load up here and see the comps.
Yeah, let's see. Looking in here, we're seeing the Goomies are running it back with their same tried and true comp, and oh my, is that what I think it is, Riffy? Is that a Big Swig Roller Express?
That is indeed a Big Swig Roller Express coming out from the Wave Riders. That is going to be able to cap the zone very nicely quickly, as Goomies actually going to be able to get the first cap, but not without some fight from the Wave Riders, as the Goomies collapsing onto that enemy very nicely, as Goomies just keeping up this aggression, as they're going to potentially have the Tri-Strike soon, as it's going to be a 3-on-3 situation, potentially favoring the Goomies, as they do have, oh, but it's a wipeout all at once, as the Wave Riders, with the pressure of those specials, being able to coordinate all at once, was able to quickly flip this, get the lead, as the Tri-Strike's coming back from the Goomies saying, hey, we realize I may not be familiar with your game, but...
Yeah, I mean, Wave Riders definitely can't afford to relax after that wipeout, especially with the Goomies having tactic coolers, so they were able to come back pretty fast. Although Goomies are 2 down once again, Wave Riders are doing a much better job at picking good fights in this game here, as they get the score down to 59 and are still fighting for the Goomies for control of the zone with both players, with everyone up for now. But here's a splashdown coming out from the custom explasher. Tri-Strikes are just flying everywhere. I'm struggling to keep up with what's going on here. They're just, bodies are dropping, ink is flying. Things are happening here in this game too.
Looks like it will be a delayed wipe in the favor of the Goomies though, as they were just able to play at just such a high tempo, as Wave Riders looking to retake with potentially the splashdown, potentially the strikes, which will be online as I say that, as here comes the Tri-Strike and the splashdown going to be over the ledge, as Goomies potentially going to be able to take the lead here. Zones will neutralize.
Oh.
Will they be able to get the lead? Yes, they will. It's a 3-down situation for the Wave Riders. Wave Riders Slosher not giving up though. Going to be able to find a pick on Rare, the heavy edit. Going to be finding another with the Tri-Strikes. Going to be finding yet another with the strikes, as that was exactly what the Wave Riders needed to be able to retake even with that just one member up.
Yeah, now it's a matter of how they'll be able to maintain that. I wouldn't mind seeing the big switch going for some raid here. Just maintain a bit more steady pressure on the splat zone. Just buy a little bit of time for that splashdown and Trick Ballistics to be able to come back online again. As Wave Riders are holding onto the zone, but they do go down. The rain is coming out, but Wave Riders have lost control as Peppermint here on the end zap is taking the top mid area and gunning in. These scores are just so close right now. Both teams also having pretty sizable penalties, so as we're just under the 2-minute mark, these are where the really important fights are going to come in.
Absolutely. Goomies finding a nice coordinated pick onto that end zap. That's going to mean no cooler for a while for the Wave Riders, which is going to be slowing down their tempo a lot. Splashdown will come out as the end zap actually going to be finding a couple of nice picks. They're going to be looking for the follow-up from their teammate as they will get it. Goomies quickly exiting this penalty region as they are potentially looking to make this a potential knockout and take the set.
Yeah, the Wave Riders have their spawns just be so staggered here, which makes it all the more tough to make a coordinated push. They're trying to play for the zone, but they are going 3 down again as a result of that staggering. Just the timings of those kills from the Goomy kept it so, like, only like 2 people were respawning together at a time on the most, and Wave Riders were having trouble being able to regroup as a team.
Ooh,
And that's
a
another
wipeout.
wipeout. 3, 2, 1. Goomies win the set 2-0 and advance to the finals.
What a masterclass from the Goomies in terms of being able to just put on the gas pedal with that Tacticooler, and especially the end zap as well. Just being able to play so mobily, and even though the end zap, as the community feels as though it's a support, it is still quite nimble. It is able to find picks if it needs be, especially with the Tacticooler buffs. And we just saw all the members of the Goomies contributing in a very nice way to the picks, which was really an amazing thing to see, because when one member of the Wave Riders was peeking out, I saw like 3 members of the Goomies all at once, just rushing them down and showing how coordinated they are.
Yeah, definitely. And Wave Riders definitely played a solid set as well, especially in that Umami game on game two. They had the lead for a decent amount of the game, and were able to take good control with good painting weapons. And I really liked the combination they were running, using those triple splashes at the same time as the ink strikes. Just throw big vortexes of ink everywhere. Just have those instant death zones that the opposing team has to respect regardless. I really like the comp they use for the zones game, but in the end, it was the Goomies emerging triumphant, just being able to set the tone of the game really well with their aggressive playstyle, running the same comp in both games. They knew how they wanted to play, and they executed it really well, just getting a lot of like multiple kills at the same time and just pressing up on the advantage as soon as they did.
Absolutely excellent stuff from both teams. I especially love that moment early on in the game of Splatzone's Umami, where the Wave Riders just realized all at once, hey, we can just dive the Goomies here, as they were just able to just lock in and using that triple splashdown's pressure just find all of the picks at once. It was really awesome to see from both teams.
Yeah. You definitely saw really good coordination, and in general, that was just a really fight-heavy two games on very fight-heavy maps, which I feel honestly those two maps favored the Goomies' aggressive playstyle a lot more. I wonder if if Hagglefish was removed in the strikeouts instead of one of the other maps, if maybe Wave Riders would have been able to take a game out of there. They're just having some less fight-heavy maps, maybe.
Definitely interesting to think about, especially in our new strike system. Definitely interested to see how the Wave Riders could have done in potentially a different map mode, potentially one favoring a lot of slower control. We saw the Big Swig come out. That's a weapon that's really focused not on fighting, but is a weapon that's really focused on paint. And I feel like if, again, the maps were different, we could have potentially seen a different story with the Wave Riders, but nonetheless, very impressed with both teams and seeing their unique playstyles.
Yeah, for sure. A very exciting semifinals match. And looking at the bracket here in Division 3, it looks like Goomies will be facing CSULB Black in the Division 3 Grand Finals. Now, if you're a longtime viewer of the CCA, that team name might sound familiar, as Long Beach Black is the team that won Division 3 this past spring in Season 5. However, this Long Beach Black team, I'm very interested to see, as it is pretty much an entirely new roster that's going to be facing another very strong team in Goomies. I think that is going to be a really cool finals match to see.
Absolutely. CSU Long Beach Black, even though they have these roster adjustments, still showing up as this new collection of players showing, hey, we may be new, but we can take names, right? So definitely very excited to see a group that is less recently established, being the Goomies, a bit of an older team, versus these new players from CSU Long Beach.
Yeah, definitely. This was a really cool semifinals. Really cool to see the Goomies continuing to impress here in the CCA, and we'll see what happens next after a quick break.
Stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise control. Switching in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the CCA's first ever qualifier. Today we're going to be looking at Goomies versus CSU Long Beach Black in the Division 3 finals for the first ever qualifier. I'm Riffy, here joined by Cygnus.
Hello again. And as we were saying earlier, Riffy, I am very excited to see what happens in this match. And since this is the finals, unlike the best of threes we've been seeing the last few rounds, we are going up to a best of 5, still with 2 maps being struck. So teams are going to want to go for 3 wins here. And looking here, we see on our map list, we see Splat Zones on Robo Ramen, Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway, Clamblitz on Humpback Pump Track, Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy, Flat Zones Mako Mart, Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge, and Clamblitz Museum Dolphoncino.
Definitely a very, very nice set of maps. I'm especially looking forward to potentially a Robo Ramen game and potentially a Clamblitz Museum game, because those maps I feel like they've sort of become almost the gold standard of Splatoon 3 maps, because they have a ton of options, a ton of routes that you can go. They may not be perfect, but they're always a crowd pleaser in my eyes.
Yes, and I'm just seeing here right now the map strikes are in, and it is both Clamblitz games actually with Goomies striking Humpback Pump Track and Long Beach Black opting to get rid of Museum Dolphoncino. So no Clamblitz here for the grand finals.
Definitely interesting to see here, as Clamblitz can be a little bit of a divisive mode. I know it was more divisive in Splatoon 2, but regardless, these teams potentially a bit concerned about how the other team is doing in clams, or potentially they feel like their strengths lie in the other 3 modes. So very interested to see how these teams play on the Splat 1 game modes, those being Splat Zones, Tower Control, Rainmaker. Obviously different in this game, but regardless, going to be very fun to see.
Definitely, yeah, and we're jumping right in here. Splat Zones on Robo Ramen here with the all-new roster of CSULB Black up against the Goomies. The Goomies JVT team coming out of VCU. We have Long Beach Black in the orange and Goomies in the blue. And right away here, we're having a bit of an NZ battle here, and I'm definitely liking the Dreadbringer pick from Long Beach Black as well. Though it does go down right away to Jay Slosher.
Absolutely. Being able to slosh over those sort of covers in the middle of the map is very essential, as well as being able to get a reef slider here. Going to be charged alongside the 10 missiles, as
here it goes.
CSULB's Black is going to be able to cap the zone utilizing that reef slider, as Rare is going to respond back with a crab tank of their own, as CSULB Black going to have the zone for a little bit, but not as Rare caps the zone with that crab tank.
Yeah, and Long Beach Black also took a couple down there as Bubbles, using map geometry well to just get enemies' attention and get some damage on them and get out quickly using the high ground, low ground dynamic that's here on Robo Ramen, as that's probably not where that reef slider want to go, but regardless, Jason is still managing to get an important trade there onto Rare, getting rid of the back line, or closest thing to one on Goomies, but that zone timer is still going down here. Goomies are still maintaining their control as we pass the 25 point mark. They lose control here as the zone will be contested. The Goomies will regain it, just seemingly barely being phased by those 10 missiles. Long Beach Black is 3 down, but that is Drew is Rad getting the double with the rush. Can he make it a triple?
He got a triple.
Yes, he can. He's going in.
Oh,
He got the 4th one. Took it down with him. Incredible streak there by Drew is Rad, getting pretty much the 4 for 1 there. Let's see if Long Beach Black can't turn this into their favor.
What a turn of events from Drew is Rad. Drew is Rad going to be finding yet another 2 picks. Bubble going to be taking an off angle here with the machine. Jason going to be potentially responding to this Booyah Bomb. Going to be panning up a bit as Bubble going to be putting on pressure onto the zone. Going to put on a pretty sizable penalty onto CSU Long Beach Black, as Rare now in position yet again on this heavy edit with the crab tank, as they're going to slowly build up room as the Goomies potentially looking to make this their game.
Yeah, Goomies definitely are gonna want to hold. They're gonna want to be a bit in front of the zone, but not overextending too much, and really watching both flanks. Although we are seeing like arguably the flank breaker special with the Zipcaster coming from Druizrad, though he will go down there. Goomies are about to run out of their penalty. Unpredictable, the Booyah Bomb. That's a wipeout. Goomies take game 1.
What an exciting way to start off our Division 3 finals. First ever in terms of the CCA circuit. And just some amazing plays from both teams there. We saw Druizrad on that Octobrush being able to being able to clutch up pick after pick and just being able to keep themselves in the game, delaying the knockout from the Goomies.
Absolutely. I always enjoy seeing a good Octobrush. I mean, they can just go in, they can zipcast, they can sneak attack, they can break enemy lines, they could go on streaks like we saw Druizrad do. It's one of my personal favorite weapons to watch. But taking the win in this game once again was the VCU Goomies, continuing their momentum from the semifinal match we've seen in the previous set, just continuing to play super aggressive up-tempo style that I'm looking to see. That now we have Long Beach Black looking to see how they can adjust to this hyper aggression as we're going to Rainmaker Undertow Spillway in the next map.
Definitely another crowd pleaser in terms of map lists in Splatoon 3. Very excited to see any potential comp changes, although for the Goomies, I'm expecting pretty much the same buckets, the heavy edits coming out, the zap. Interested to see if CSU Long Beach Black changes their comps, though. The Octobrush does have the suction bomb, though, which is a very important piece in being able to pop that Rainmaker. And given the plays from Druizrad earlier, I definitely think we're going to see that stay. Interested to see if there are going to be any other changes, though.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, with this being pretty an all-new team, I really don't know what to expect from Long Beach Black, and I find that really exciting. Like I almost feel like anything can happen here going forward. Also, with this being a best of 5, there's an extra game of leeway here as well. Well, just allowing greater room for error to allow Long Beach Black to possibly make a comeback here.
Definitely. Could potentially be interesting to see a potential reverse sweep or a situation similar to that. As we are going to load up onto Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway, we're going to be seeing a backlist comp from CSU Long Beach Black, as the Goomies is going to be opting to their same old comp with the double slosher.
Yeah, on Rainmaker in particular in this map, I can definitely see the appeal of going backlist, going backlist here, and interesting to see the Dreadbringer staying in Rainmaker as well. I guess the Reef Slider is also a good form of object damage, and the Dreadbringer could just paint so much as a weapon. The Custom Range Blaster is another really strong weapon that we're seeing here from Long Beach. As Goomies go 2 down to start, much better opening coming from Long Beach here as the Suction Bomb is just pressuring Bubble to retreat back. And Long Beach has control of the Rainmaker first. And interestingly, they're going for the right side checkpoint instead of the left side when we usually see teams go for, just barely not able to make it there. Very interesting approach that Long Beach took there, though.
Indeed, a very interesting approach. As Lancelot going to be popping the Reef Slider, going to be finding 2. That is a huge momentum shifter for CSU Long Beach Black, as the Tri-Strikes will come out for the Goomies, going to allow them to find a pick, but the Kraken comes out from CSU Long Beach.
And yeah, again, this is one of those situations. Ink is just flying everywhere. People are going down and coming back in. And both teams are using Tacticoolers, so we're going to probably continue to see a lot of aggression. Goomies are stalling the Rainmaker a bit, but this is Long Beach Black, who's pretty much playing Goomies' own game against them here, but they will just barely be canceled from getting that checkpoint. As the Zipcaster is also going to be canceled. Long Beach Black is now 3 down. Goomies are now looking to reassert their control of the game board.
Goomies already have a path lined up for this Rainmaker, will be disrupted by the Reef Slider and the rest of the members of Long Beach Black, but the Goomies still have 2 members alive. They still have the Crab Tank. That is a lot of pushing potential alongside the Booyah Bomb. As the Booyah Bomb will be thrown, Lancelot and Rad looking to stop this Rainmaker. Going to be finding yet another pick as it's a 3-down situation for the Goomies.
You're definitely seeing how Long Beach Black is able to take advantage of the limited time they have with the numbers advantage will be key. The reslider will ultimately just result in a trade there, but it will take down Peppermint from Goomies, depriving them of tactical access for at least a little while. Well, as we're seeing, Jay trying to flank here, bucket on bucket combat, and Jay does beat Lancelot before going down to the Kraken eventually. But Sorry and Jason will both go down to the heavy edit splatling from Rare, who does have a crab tank at the ready. As strikes are also ready, as the crab is popped, they are rushing it up, and they break through the checkpoint to take the lead. That is Goomies in the lead now, as Peppermint is aggressively moving up as the battles will eventually fall to Starry. And Long Beach Black will take a numbers advantage once again and look to reset the flow of things.
Interested to see how this Kraken plays out from CSU Long Beach Black, as it is almost charged up alongside the Reef Slider. They also potentially will have a Tacticooler as well, so a lot of aggressive potential as the Kraken comes out. Kraken going to be diving on top of Rare, as it's going to be a 3-down situation. I believe that's Bubble, the only member left on the Goomies right now, as CSULB Black able to break the checkpoint, but not without Goomies counteracting with the pop.
That's the heavy edit power of the heavy edit splatling right there. With that fire rate just being so fast, it can just shred things like it's nothing. And that is what we saw. So they're contributing to that super fast pop of the Rainmaker, or Goomies opt to reset it. It's just highly consistent back in mid, with Goomies holding on to a 7-point lead as we approach the final minute here.
Goomies going to be having 2 specials potentially using for displacement at the moment. Reef Slider going to be coming out from Long Beach Black, doesn't find a huge amount of value. It's going to be 3 and 3 on the board. No cooler for the Goomies, which is going to be really nice for Long Beach Black, because it's going to give them an aggressive advantage, especially with this Kraken.
Yeah, definitely. Starry repositioning with the Kraken. It seems to be trying to decide which way to go, or using it to stay alive. I feel there could have been a bit more value gain from that, but I definitely understand the want to play patient, especially with this. It's so close. The Rainmaker's right in the middle in such hotly contested territory that really they have to win a fight if they want to get the Rainmaker.
100% Cygnus. As there's only one member left from CSULB Black. It's not going to be enough. There's going to be a jump in, but it looks like it's going to be camped by Rare.
Oh!
Sorry, going to be able to use the Splat Bomb to potentially get Papa to go down to the Booyah Bomb. The Zipcaster is their last hope, as it's going to neutralize the Dreadringer. The only member left, as it looks like the Goomies are going to have the members available to secure the second game.
That Booyah Bomb was the game-winning play right there. If it weren't for that, it would not have surprised me to see Long Beach Black take it and get those last few points that they needed. And it was an admirable mad dash with the Rainmaker near the end, but as last one left, just getting those points, it makes sense. But there was just barely too much space to cover, and it was too far, and it might have actually worked against Long Beach in the long term, because it puts the location of the Rainmaker much more in territory that the Goomies are able to more easily defend.
Definitely. Interesting plays to see there from Long Beach Black. You know, they had the advantage with being able to take down the Tacticooler user, the very aggressive Tacticooler user of the Goomies, but unfortunately just falling a little bit short there, as all at once they seem to lose their members. But as we are going into this next game, still anything can happen. These games have shown that both these teams have potential to win it all in Division 3.
Yeah, definitely. And next up, we have Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy, and that map that can be very snowbally, especially once you get the tower up the ramp past the second checkpoint point. From there, it's just a straight shot, and you can just occupy so much of the enemy space on offense. So I figure this game is either going to go the distance, or it'll be over really quickly, and it could go one of two ways here.
Absolutely. That definitely seems to be the trend with a lot of tower control in general. As comps getting loaded up here, we're going to see yet pretty much the same thing from both sides.
Yeah, just seeing Starry switching over to the vanilla range blaster instead, opting not to go for the Kraken on tower, and instead playing the Wavebreaker set with the suction bombs.
That suction bomb can be very strong on Power Patrol especially, so definitely interesting to see how this makes the difference for CSU Long Beach Black. As currently 2 members going down, make that 3 on the side of the Goomies, as members of Long Beach Black just able to clean up, find that last pick, as the specials will be in CSU Long Beach's favor as the Wavebreaker and the Zipcaster come out.
Yeah, I love the approach Long Beach is taking here, going up the side, trying to just get around Goomie's line of defense and take the Goomie's own high ground to battle them from. Ultimately, they weren't able to go as far as they would like there, but they still got 60 points on the board and the first offensive push of the game. As now it is Goomies getting ready for their counter push with a crab tank on tower and the Booyah bomb coming in, but objects are getting shredded by Long Beach, who did not lose any members in the initial part of that fight, actually, very impressively.
Members just going down left and right here, but CSU Long Beach Black still holding onto the tower even with a player disadvantage. They will eventually not opt to contest it, as they're looking for the tactical, they're looking for, again, this Reef Slider, the Wave Breaker. Just having those resources available is really essential, especially in neutral here, as that resource of the Reef Slider is able to find too.
Yeah, and that is another wipeout in favor of Long Beach Black. With their tournament on the line, they're not looking to give in. Unfortunately, the Zipcaster will just go down from the combined fire of the Goomies, as just everyone's going down here once again. Long Beach Black is continuing to play just as aggressive as the Goomies tend to, with yet another wipeout coming on. Drew is Rad manning the tower here, throwing suction bombs up ahead, as now they're rotating over for the brush to take the more aggressive positioning. It's now Jason that's riding the tower. This is where the map just gets so snowballing, because the attackers can take so much of the opponent's space and position here. But looks like Goomies are doing a good job. That's Peppermint getting the double and assisting on the 3rd kill before going down themselves. And Goomies now have quite the road ahead of them, getting the tower out, looking to reset the state of things before Long Beach Black can regain their ground.
Drew is Rad, finding a pick, potentially looking to formulate another push for CSU Long Beach Black. Not going to be able to find any with the Zipcaster, but that's okay, because the tower is still leaning in the favor of CSU Long Beach Black. The Goomies still looking to retake mid at the moment. They do have the Crab Tank ready, but they're going to lose their triple Ink Strike player on the Slosher. So they're in a bit of a corner here as well, as CSU Long Beach Black just not giving up the pressure, even if they are at a slight disadvantage.
Yeah, and having a pretty sizable lead as we're under the 2-minute mark. Long Beach Black also has the advantage of not necessarily needing to push the tower too far up. Instead, they can focus on aggressively taking fights and trying to keep Goomies away from the tower as their main focus. We're under a minute and a half now. This is a big lead Long Beach had. They can afford to let Goomies come to them a little bit.
100%. As now, CSU Long Beach Black just looking to, again, just push forward themselves, not necessarily the objective, as the Cooler going to be coming out on the side of CSU Long Beach Black. It's going to be a huge resource in just being able to keep as much presence in this last minute of the game as possible. Booyah being targeted by a singular member of CSU Long Beach Black, but the Goomies don't really have the resources at the moment. They're going to have the Tacticooler, but they need the rest of their members to respawn. They do have 4 now, so now is the time to go for the Goomies.
Yep,
CSU Long Beach Black has the tower, but they go 2 down, and it looks like it's in this Battle Zap's hands. They're going to be able to find a pick. Can they find the pick on this Red Ringer? Unfortunately, it will be a trade, but that makes it sit 3 down for CSU Long Beach Black, as the Goomies
big trade
in the driver's seat now.
That is a really big page. If it's going to happen now, this is the time. 15 seconds left. Goomies want to send it to overtime and get down from 86 points to 10 points. Can they do it? The Booyah Bomb going ahead of the tower, but it's the range blaster from Starry getting a key kick. Everyone is going down here. I can't even see what's going on. It's the Dreadringer firing on the tower. trying to get them off with the restarter, but no, will go down. Long Beach Black is back regrouping as Goomies are taking a lot of aggressive space as they're getting the tower up the ramp at checkpoint 2. We will see what happens here. This is a really tense, the most important moment of the entire set here.
Lancelot looking to fight on bats, gets a really important pick, but the Bria Bomb going to be coming out on the side of the Goomies. It's just Lancelot left by themselves.
It goes down.
Druid's Rat going to be coming up, and I believe that will be enough to keep CSU Long Beach Black in this finals match.
I was just holding my breath practically that entire time at the end there. Wow, Long Beach Black just barely managing to cling onto victory when it looked like it was gonna go, looking like it was gonna go off in the other direction. I'm just having trouble finding the words for what we just saw here. That was one of the most exciting games of Tower Control Inkblot Academy I have ever seen.
Wholeheartedly agree with you, Cygnus. Just being able to see that back and forth with CSU Long Beach being able to dominate for the majority of the game, and the Goomies being able to find a push of their own, but eventually Drew is rad, in my eyes, is such a key player in this match, because the pressure that he was able to put on in those last few seconds of the game were able to keep CSU Long Beach Black in this set. And as we go to our next match, I'm really excited to see how the rest of CSU Long Beach Black plays this.
Yeah, definitely. That was just such an exciting game, and I feel in the last couple games, Long Beach Black proved highly aggressive play is just as much their game as it is Goomies, and we are 2-1 here. It's still match point for Goomies, but with a win, Long Beach can tie it and send us to a decisive game 5. I am just so excited to see how these two teams play and just battle it out. So fight heavy. I don't even know what to expect here. Any team can win at this point. I'm just excited to watch the action unfold.
Absolutely. Just being able to see just these huge aggressive plays with, be them the specials or the mains, is just really exciting to see. I'm especially looking forward to the Reef Sliders and the Zip Casters on the side of CSU Long Beach Black, because they've definitely had their moments in this set. And I definitely think that with the momentum that CSU Long Beach Black is beginning to build up with this first win, I believe that these plays are just going to get even more powerful.
Definitely. And we're going in here to our game 4 on Splat Zones on Mako Mart. Control of these stacks is going to be so key. I wonder if Long Beach is going to stick with their backless comp. It looks like they are very interested to see how well Drew is rad on the active rush will be able to get some of these flanks, pull off some of these flanks as both teams are running back the same comps once again. Here we go.
We're going to see the Dread Ringer first. Going to have to recharge a little bit. Goomies currently have the advantage in terms of zone pain, but that could change as CSULB Black gets the Tacticooler, as it looks like the CSULB Black Zap going to be rushing and finding a pick, but before getting shut down by Rare, as Bubble going to be finding a very nice pick onto Drew is Rad, as they can potentially extend this aggression with the Booyah Bomb, as the Range Blaster going down, the Slosher going down. Here comes the Reef Slider. It's going to be counteracted by the Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, Booyah Bomb in conjunction with the paint from the other members of the Goomy was able to flip that zone back quickly. That penalty is less than you might expect for the Goomy heavy aggression at the start, but Drew is rad, taking down Peppermint, taking down where Long Beach now has solidified control, and Drew is rad has the Zipcaster. May go down quick, but did manage to distract and push back the Goomies enough that Goomies do have good map control. The triple in strikes will help flip it though, but Long Beach Black is fighting tooth and nail to maintain things.
Goomies going to have their Slosher flank around, finds one pick. Can they find another onto this very aggressive Enzak? Yes, they will. As the Goomies going to be shut down a little bit by Drew is Rat, and make that I believe that was a reef slider on the field, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe just a ton of paint coming out from CSU Long Beach Black, as Long Beach Black will be out of the penalty hopefully shortly, as they do go a member down, but the Wavebreaker will act as a bit of a fourth player, as Bubble finding the pick onto Starry, as going to be a very quick retake on the side of the Goomies, but the Lancelots Reef Slider going to be shutting that down pretty quickly, as Peppermint driven into a corner by Lancelot as we enter the halfway mark of this game.
Yes, Long Beach has taken the lead now, and they are continuing to hold zone. It's below 35 now. We're seeing Lancelot just being peppered by things. I'm honestly surprised he managed to survive as long as he did. Now it's Jason trying to maintain zone. We'll go down to the 2v1 from Rare and Jay, as Goomies do take control, and are hitting 20 points left on their penalty, which will go down quickly. And now it's Long Beach Black having to respond. They do have their Zipcaster and the Reef Slider though. The Reef is popped. That'll take control. Won't quite be able to flip it though.
You see Rare here, just being able to back up a little bit from this brush. Going to be able to provide jumps in mid though. Can they find the pick under Drua's Rad here? No, they won't. Unfortunate. But Drua's Rad be able to keep CSU Long Beach Black in this set, as they're going to be throwing the suction bomb out, potentially looking for another pick. Yes, they will find one, as it's currently 3-3 on the board.
Drua's Rad making it 2v1. That was worth it. He'll be coming back pretty soon. He'll be coming back pretty soon. Long Beach Black is still in control, as Rare is being pushed away from the front of that with a really aggressive Reef Slider, but Rare lived and managed to sneak around, hiding on the side of the wall to be able to put up the crab tank.
What a play from Rare, just being able to put on that pressure with the crab tank from below, as the rest of the Goomies is going to be coming in now, as the zone will flip back in the Goomies' favor. This is what the Goomies need, as well as their tri-strikes, to secure this set and the Division 3 title for the first qualifier.
Yeah, definitely. Very important pick from Jay, using just the perfect part of the angle on the stack here. The Reef Slider will flip it. The Goomies back in control. Both teams with similar penalties, close in points. As we're under a minute left, this is a really important fight we're going to see here. The Booyah Bomb is being thrown by Bubble, as Drua's Rad will take the trade as Long Beach does maintain control. That is a good trade for Long Beach.
Absolutely.
As winning the bucket battle this time too.
CSU Long Beach now putting Goomies on the back foot, as an unfortunate fall off the map from the Goomies will allow CSU Long Beach Black to keep up this pressure, as there are only 10 ticks remaining on the board. Will there be any tri-strike? The Booyah Bomb will come out and be able to flip the zone, as it's going to be a wipeout actually in favor of CSU Long Beach Black. They will be able to cap the zone, and it looks like they will be able to tie this series up 2-2, potentially looking to reverse sweep.
Incredible. We are going to a game 5, and after the Goomies looked so dominant early on in the set, carrying momentum from the semifinals, they looked almost unstoppable. But it's Long Beach Black just matching the pace of play of the Goomies, and forcing this to a winner takes all game 5 to determine who our Division 3 champion will be here in CCA Circuit Qualifier number 1. And we will be playing it on Rainmaker Scorch Gorge.
As we mentioned earlier, a lot of these Rainmaker maps are going to be based off of the elbow sort of region of the map. And definitely interested to see how these different teams play around it using their specials, because we saw a lot of aggression from both of these teams, but now I'm really interested to see how are they going to utilize their specials to the max. Because the tri-strikes, the Booyah Bombs, a lot of those are going to be really important in determining who's able to get more points here.
Yeah, I cannot agree more, Riffy. In fact, I mean, that coordination is going to be so key, and also specifically, I think a really key point will be the very first fight and the very first Rainmaker push of the game. Like you were talking about with those elbow areas, I think once a team has the lead, you could hold it just like maintaining the middle of the map, and those elbows for so much time. I think the first push is going to be really important, and if you want to get past that, you're going to need some really strong special coordination.
Absolutely. Definitely interested to see if we see any comp changes. I imagine we won't, just because these players have been sticking with the weapons that I assume they know best, they feel most comfortable with, as we are going to be going to the deciding game of this bracket.
Here we go. Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. Long Beach Black 2, Goomies 2. One team will emerge in first place, the other will take silver. Let's see what happens.
Going to be the same comp from both teams as we get started.
Yeah, as we said, don't change what's working. Goomies may have lost the last 2 games, but they're still playing really well. And Goomies get first pop on the Rainmaker, but they have to steer clear of that suction bomb. They are getting a very quick tactical off here, as teams are playing a little bit safer. Not that many players going down here. Now it's the Goomies trying to take a 3v2. No one taking the Rainmaker yet. Both teams with tactical buffs active, though.
CSU Long Beach Blacks looks to have the advantage here, as the Zipcaster will come out, going to be finding 2 picks onto the members of the Goomies. The Rainmaker will go down, though, as that puts a little bit of a wrench in the plan of CSU Long Beach Black, as they do lose a member as well.
Yeah, I like what Long Beach was going for the push. They may have been a little bit hasty with the execution of some parts. So it was a bit disjointed with the Zipcaster not necessarily going at the same time as the Rainmaker push. But Rainmaker resets back to neutral position, basically where it already was. And with Long Beach being a man down and Goomies having special advantages, now it's their turn to try to take control of things.
Absolutely. It's going to be a 2v2 on the board. Crab Tank is active and will find a very much needed pick for the Goomies, as the bombs will be coming down this slope from the Goomies. As CSU Long Beach Black will lose their range blaster, they're going to lose their Octobrush. That's a lot of aggressive potential lost on this retake, as the Goomies looking to push up. Lancelot pressuring the other bucket, as it is just...
Oh my.
Oh my goodness. 3 members on the side of Goomies just instantly go down to what I presume was some sort of AoE, potentially from the range blaster.
Yeah, I'll be real, I have no clue what happened there. All I know is that bodies went down, and now it is Long Beach Black who's holding the Rainmaker and advancing up the ramp to that first checkpoint, which they will take, but Jason will go down in the process. As the pop is being contested, especially with this Booyah Bomb going ahead of the Rainmaker. Really great placement of the Booyah Bomb. Not necessarily targeting the shield, but the players going for the shield. I like that a lot. Long Beach is getting aggressive with their suction bombs once again. And things are flying. Goomies are two men down, and Long Beach takes the lead just barely with that push. 59-62.
Excellent job from that Reef Slider, just being able to put on that last little bit of pressure that Long Beach Black needed to get the lead. But the Goomies now, they're going to have a player advantage right now, as well as the triple ink strikes, or the Booyah Bomb, but the Booyah Bomb will go down. So, Goomies looking to retake this lead, playing as patiently as possible, gets a nice flick with the Rainmaker.
Wow.
Onto that one player. Reef Slider going in aggressively. Octobrush going in aggressively as well. As CSU Long Beach Black, just going to keep the Rainmaker here for a little bit. Going to be popping the Zipcaster, just putting on pressure, not opting to necessarily take the Rainmaker here, as Bubble with the Booyah Bomb going to be displacing the members of Long Beach Black a little bit, as Long Beach Black is still up 4 members, will eventually lose 1, as Goomies potentially looking to retake this.
Yeah, Goomies did a really good job in that fight, focusing on finding any players of Long Beach who are a bit out of position, maybe isolated, and just focusing the numbers on there. That was Lancelot, like, pretty far up and facing down a 3v1. Good coordination there by Goomies. Long Beach Black does go 2 down again. The Booyah Bomb gives them cover. Goomies have the Rainmaker again, and are they going up the grates this time?
It looks like they're going to just take this middle section, opting to sort of double threat this. saying, hey, we can take this one way or we can take this another. As that
Zip
Zipcaster
caster,
coming
though.
out from Long Beach Black, I'm going to be able to find two. It's the 2v2 on the board now. Very essential that you keep play for your life at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, we're in the final minute. It's Long Beach with the lead. They can afford not necessarily to go for the Rainmaker, but to aggressively try to keep Goomies away from it. Like, I love how they've been using their suction bombs last few games, just peppering them at the opponent over and over again, just denying whole areas of the map. As that Reef Slider might have overshot its target a little bit there, as Rare and Lancelot are 1v1ing each other in a close fight. Looks like Rare will emerge victorious on that.
But it looks
The
like
Goomies-
Long Beach Black
Holding
they
Rainmaker,
have
5,
control of the Rainmaker.
4,
Only
3,
3 seconds left.
2,
They're just gonna run
1.
it back. And the CSU Long Beach Black will take Division 3's first qualifier.
Incredible. Down 2-0, facing against the brink right after the first 2 games, and Long Beach Black just dials in, plays their opponent's game style just as well, and wins this at 3-2 to be your CCA Circuit Qualifier 1 Division 3 champions.
What
Wow.
a way to turn it around from the side of CSU Long Beach. We just saw, again, just being able to put special pressure on in the most key moments of the team fights was really what was able to give CSU Long Beach Black just those extra few points. Being able to see that Reef Slider come out from Lancelot and just put out that little bit of paint that CSU Long Beach Black needed was tremendous. And just what a set to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, I felt that every game was just so down to the wire and just so super tense the entire time. Or times like it felt like anything could change at any point. Watching these games, it showed it's not about how how aggressive you play, how much you play the objective, or how many splats or how many splats you get necessarily. It's about when you get those key moments to go right in your favor and make the most of your opportunities. As we saw in that last game, Long Beach was able to take the lead and hold it the rest of the game, and they took the lead on just like a desperation jump by the Rainmaker to just barely get 3 points ahead of the opponent. It just being so opportunistic like that it is what I felt was the common theme throughout all 5 of these games.
Love the word you used there, opportunistic, because that's what really defined the set in my eyes. Just being able to get one pick after another, saying, hey, we can push up now. Just being able to communicate that with your teammates at the right time is really, really essential, especially in the CCA.
Absolutely. This was just a total blast, and this Division 3 Grand Finals was one of the finest sets of CCA Splatoon that I think I personally have seen. I just can't stop thinking about all the twists and turns, the lead changes, the crazy close pushes, trying to change the lead at the very end of the games in those final minutes. It was just, I'm just at a loss for any more words to describe it, really.
To be honest, I'm at a loss for words too, but looks like we'll be wrapping up shortly here. Where can the good folks find you, Cygnus?
You can find me on Twitter at CygnusX1018. As you see here, you can also find me here. You can also find me in the CCA Discord server and doing commentary on CCA Twitch, and YouTube, and occasionally on the podcast. How about you, Riffy? Where can our good viewers find you?
You can find me over on Twitter at Riffy_SPL, or you can find me here on the CCA Discord server as well. I'll be commentating some matches, and we'll have to see what the future holds.
Yes, definitely. And once again, as we're signing off, congratulations to CULSB Be Black for being the CCA Circuit's first ever Division 3 winner, and also congratulations to the Goomies for what an impressive run they made to the finals, and to all the teams in all our divisions that have played in this event. Thank you so much for playing. Hope you had as much. I hope you had as much fun as we've had here. This event has been a total blast. This has been Cygnus and Riffy, and this is CCA signing off.
We didn't even have numbers back then. It was a Division A third place match in a reverse sweep. So, like, it goes all the way back then. We got a little bit of quiet from UT Dallas. Like, they've always been around, but, you know, we hadn't seen them quite back up at the top, you know, since season 2-ish. And now they are here and they are ready to stake their claim once again to the CCA and say, hey, you know, you might have forgotten about us, but we are so back, baby.
Indeed, and just a huge shout out for everyone else who played today. Your points will be. I act like I'm part of the moderation team, but I'm not. I'm just here to make the loud moments loud, but to give voice to the people in the backstage. Your points will be delivered, and I'll hand off all that numbers crunchy to everyone else. But still, a huge shout out to everyone who played, and be proud of you for the performance, or use your defeat to fuel your future performances and make your next runs better.
Certainly. Well, a phenomenal match to kick off, a phenomenal tournament. I mean, let's be real, to kick off this first qualifier. And real quick, shout out to our other division winners. Egg Spaghetti claiming Division 2 over Surging C out of the University of North Carolina, Greensboro. So congrats to the UC Berkeley squad. Cal State Long Beach Black winning 3-2 over the Goomies in Division 3, and Division 4 Crab and Go. They are very quickly staking their claim for promotion to Division 3, maybe even Division 2, who knows, with a perfect run through the bracket and a 3-0 Grand Finals victory over Stingray Incorporated.
What a phenomenal run this was. The scores of themselves says it, but I don't want to be a broken record here. We are starting to wrap up things here because it is starting to get late, and we are running way over time, so I won't waste any other time. So they are my buddy, friend, pal. Where can they find you?
You can go ahead and find me on Twitter at DRF_Splatoon and on Twitch at TriteDRF. But per usual, you can find me right here on the CCA channel covering all things Collegiate Splatoon. Dark, my friend, plug yourself.
You can find me both at Twitter and Twitch, and most other socials, just hanging around at SP_Dark, where I stream from time to time and repost random nonsense. I just have an all-around good time. I am a constant caster when my schedule allows it, which usually means every week or every 2 weeks. So you can see me somewhere right here at CCA, other places like Dapple or Spoon Journey, or even maybe IPO in the future.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you, Dark, for sticking with us. Thank you, Vapor, and to all of the staff, production folks, commentators that made Qualifier 1 what I hope is a smashing success. We will see you all in a couple of weeks for Qualifier number 2.
What a great Zuka play there. Another Zuka on the side, finding one, finding two! Love Bullet, it's on a record right now, trying to find these picks in a row. Can they find on the wiper? Yes, they will! Nito, they find a trade!
No, you're kidding me!
In a relatively neutral state right now, as there's just back and forth picks, back and forth specials being used. But Cold comes in and gets 2 picks, creating so much space as the Red Embers is being forced on the back foot. As now they have the power come ready, and no, there's still one player standing against the pick, but the clan.
Go down. Chris is now just trying to hold this left side of the zone as the Viper's going to apply some pressure. Bombs are going to come on through as we got to see Big Nut try to apply a blaster pick, and they will lead swap those switches over to Undertow Darfish as they're applying a lot of pressure. Mr. Peanut pops a cooler in a little bit of a panic, and Sploosh Man with a double swipe. You're at it.
Marathon that steps off the tower there for a second. That Julia bomb just gets shredded, but it doesn't go off though. XV currently stepping out of tower, gets 2 with bomb. So at least he sends a little more. Another one. Bullet, the only one left. 2 players going down. Love Bullet now. Taking. Both teams have a power clip. Watch what both of these teams are going to be bringing out to the table here. We see Spacer already coming out with this stamp, but it goes down from Booyah from Coder. Who else but Coder for the wipeout as well? Just one more power climb.
Blank. Can they find it in time? But Cyan finds 2, and no one's ready to jump except for 1 player.
Oh, those 2 power kills, 3 power climbs would have been enough for the lead, but there's no one there to pick up the power climbs. Those are gone now. There are no power climbs for them to, or no overall climbs for them to follow up with.
There's just so many fights that kind of get, broken off from the main group. It's PSU Blue that's still in control of these zones, but it's gonna be Chris with a double. Let's try to make it a triple. Yes, it is. And Chris looking to keep going out right here, right now. They're not